Hello, brothers. Mr. Pliskin, mouth the gate ape. Oh, jump on in then if you're going to try it again. We're just about ready to take off. Heading back up to South Dakota in the nasty weather. I was able to park in the Target parking lot last night while visiting my parents. Add to stream. Ape, you are in the stream, but I am not showing your icon for some reason. You're right, Ape. It's probably not working. Okay. Well, since we have awful weather today, Andy, if you want to get on, now is the time because the next time I stop is going to be in St. Joseph, Missouri. We're in Kansas City, Kansas right now, actually, Overland Park, Kansas. So, speak now or forever hold your peace. Going once, going twice. God. Oh, I've got some paperwork to do. We're not gone yet. Workflow available. Confirm. Confirm. Oh, don't stop sending them to confirm. That is the address. Now we're going to go. Hey, Zombro. We'll put this up one more time. Anybody who wants to come in can come in. If not, we'll have a fairly silent stream today. Post chat. So, that's a great idea, Ape. That's what I do too. But I'm old. So, Indy's even older. And he drinks a lot. So, that's what he does too. So, anybody want to get on? Going once. Going twice. Brakes are off and I'm rolling. Let's make like a shepherd and get the flock out of here. Missing the light pole with my trailer, if at all possible. Light poles and trailers are not good company. I'm bigger than you. I go now. We don't stop in rainy days that fast. And I missed your car. That's good. Come on, dude. The guy with his umbrella was walking very slowly, pissing me off, pissing everybody else off having to wait for me. Right over there is the Mongolian barbecue. I love eating there. Since we're this far down south, we are going to take the long way around Kansas City and avoid downtown and all the construction that's going on the way to Kansas City International Airport. KCI was a really good airport before 9/11, and it had it where you could drive right up to your freaking gate. It was great, you know. And now with security, it's not so great. There's only you have to walk a long ways to get anywhere, unless your gate is right there by the entrance or exit from security. So those darn hijackers ruined KCI. So now they're building a new terminal. But it means that the roads up there are all fucked up. Not that we're going to the airport, but we have to go by it. If I was to take the shorter route, we are not going to take the shorter route. We're going to take the longer route. And my poor GPS is going to go crazy. It'll tell me I'm off route. And I'll get a nasty gram from the office saying you're off route. We have the police down here at the end of the fucking on-ramp with his car. Ooh, they had a wreck. He just got his car positioned correctly. If it was just a speeding ticket, that'd be a dick move. But it's not. waterfall going there today. Ape, I just tried to put you in. And you disappeared on me. Get around these corners, boys, and I'll let you in from backstage.
Good morning, big guy.
Howdy.
Hey, hey,
Howdy, outlaw.
what's going on, buddy?
Oh, it's just a rainy day in Kansas City.
Uh-oh.
I got my DOT physical all done, registered with the Department of Motor Vehicles, and now I have a new job. And I'm going back up to Sioux Falls.
Nice.
So we'll get to wave at rigs on our way past.
Yeah, I just got done recording a video for the channel later on.
All right. What's your topic today there, Outlaw?
It was a meme that I saw somebody else share, and I wanted to kind of throw in my 2 cents about it. I can't remember the guy's name, another brother in the community. It was about, marriage and why the woman spites people when she gets divorced, sort of question.
Well, they want you out of their life, and they see their friends as their property. They see your friends as their property, and they just want you gone. Plus, they want, for some reason or another, they get angry at us when they want to fuck somebody else because it's our fault. They want to fuck somebody else
Right,
in their minds, right?
right.
Which makes no sense.
So hopefully I did that video justice.
Yeah, I bet you did. I had a real good visit with my parents. I am so blessed that they're still alive at their age and my age.
Yeah. Me too.
So,
Yeah.
have you figured any skill you want to learn from your grandpa before he passes?
Hmm. Hmm. Good question.
Two. My
Well, for
grandfather.
me,
Oh, sorry.
no, go ahead. Go ahead.
My grandfather was an amazing body man. I wish I picked up some of it, but he knew all the old school methods, like lead work and shit that they really don't do these days.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just gonna say I would have loved to have learned how to like farm and do a lot of that canning before he passed away.
Uh, didn't your grandpa just lose his leg?
No, that's my
That's my
dad.
father.
Oh, that's your father. Okay.
Yeah, he had me kind of later in life. He was like 38, 39. So he's 73 right now.
Okay.
Are you the youngest, Outlaw?
I am. Yeah, it's me. I've got two older brothers, and I've got like about 12 years from me to my next brother.
You were the oops.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just like my son, they should have called you Lucky or Chance.
Yeah. Yeah, I was the I was the runt.
So I guess you didn't have your brothers are a bit too far in age to really have hung out with you all that much, eh?
Right. Yeah, he was 18 or 19 when I first started kindergarten. Yeah, somewhere thereabout. Yeah.
Yeah, not much in common.
Right. Yeah, he likes to kid me all the time and said, "I'm not kin to any of you millennials. I'm Gen X. We're nothing alike." He said, "We ain't the same generation. You keep that millennial mess away from me." But I don't know. Would 1988 be considered millennial?
I think
don't
you're
think
at
so.
you're at like the cusp. You're in that weird area where you could still probably almost be a Gen Xer.
Yeah.
Nah,
88?
Yeah, 1988.
I don't
Yeah.
know.
I don't know.
You know, and those are so loosely defined.
Yeah,
I
I
thought
mean,
I thought millennial was anything born after 90.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You know, when I was the only generation that had a name when I was growing up was the baby boomers.
Yeah.
We didn't have a name for ourselves or didn't consider ourselves. You know, we were just, Brandon
Hmm.
or, Joe or Susan or something like that. This really started in the 90s.
Yeah.
Maybe even before. Didn't they have like the flower child generation? That would be like the 60s.
Yeah, but those were baby boomers.
Yeah. I don't know. It's always been confusing to me how all that works, what they consider and what they don't.
Well, for those of you who are race fans, we're just about ready to pass by Kansas Motor Speedway.
Noise.
Not
Or my tax dollars at work.
what race is there?
See, the Cup Series usually races there. I don't know if the Xfinity or the Truck Series does.
It's a big fucking track.
Yeah, I think it's a mile and a half.
I know the stadium will seat over 200,000 people.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't live too far from Talladega myself. Probably about 20 miles, 30 miles. And that's a big fucking track.
Yep.
The monster.
But I like Kansas Motor Speedway because they got a bunch of other tracks near it too. It's not just the oval. They've got a dirt track. They've got a slalom.
Ooh.
They've also got a baseball stadium out here
So
for
dragster.
the. I don't know if they have dragsters or not, but um, and there's a Schlitterbahn out here, a water park.
Ooh.
Oh, nice.
Polska's in your backstage, I think.
All right, let me get around this corner and I will get Polsky in.
Yep, take your
Because
time.
the roads are sort of treacherous today.
Yeah, we've got a water park here called Visionland or Splash Adventure. But
It's like
the
it's
mayor,
right.
no, I was just going to say, yeah, but the mayor screwed all that up. So now it's just sitting, kind of abandoned.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, Foster.
Good morning, Polsky.
I figure since you're doing road corn, we might as well double it up and I'll do road corn too.
Yep.
Brandon, oddly enough, I am passing right by the hotel you stayed at. The one
Oh,
by,
yeah.
yeah, the one by 290. It is literally
Oh.
the next right turn right here.
Cool. A little late, but
Yeah. About a month too late. You want to go out for lunch?
Yeah. Next time I'm in Chicago, yeah, I do.
Oh, really? God damn it.
Oh, poor beer truck. Salute, beer truck. Get better soon. It's a beer truck with its radiator overheating on the other side of the road.
Oh no. Yeah, Chicago's been on my to-do list. I'd like to go up there and see that.
It's been beautiful here, man. We've totally had that summer.
And there's a lot of film locations that they film movies at that I'd like to check out too.
Yeah, the city is itself is beautiful aesthetically. Now, the crime and the corruption that goes down deep underneath is ugly as any place in the world.
It's as ugly as your mayor.
Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice.
That doesn't even come close.
Oh. That was a good cartoon, man.
Beetlejuice?
Oh yeah.
Lightfoot, Lightfoot, Lightfoot.
That's one of those forgotten 80s, 90s gems of a cartoon.
I even forgot that was a cartoon.
Yeah, me too. I
It
only
was.
remember the
I
movie.
only saw the movie. I didn't even know they made a cartoon out of that.
Yeah.
I bet you that was wonderful.
It was one of the more forgotten ones, but yeah, it was a good one.
Okay. Kevin Costner was so fucking good in that movie.
Oh yeah.
It wasn't Kevin Costner. It was Michael.
Michael Keaton?
Michael Keaton was Beetlejuice.
Okay, Michael Keaton was so good in that movie. Whoever played Beetlejuice was really fucking good.
Yeah.
Well, they're saying that the tail end of this storm, when it passes over, everything is going to freeze. Yay!
Ew.
I already told my boss, as soon as it starts to ice, I'm pulling over. I'm stopping. I am not driving this thing in the wind on ice.
Yeah.
It's going to be right at freezing today, but it's still mid 40s right now here in Kansas City. But I'm heading north, so I'm sort of freaky about it.
Does that truck have ABS?
Yes, it does.
One more question. Is it got drums in the front or discs?
It has discs on the steer wheels,
Right,
but
up in the front.
drums on everybody else.
Yeah, that's traditional.
Yeah.
Although they're switching over to more and more discs. The brand new Kenworths have discs all around on the tractor.
Yes.
Yeah, I had an old bread truck like that. It had drums in the back on the dual wheels and disc on the front.
Welcome to, well, not yet. We got to go over the bridge. Wait for it. Wait for it. Here we are on the bridge now. We're almost over the water. Almost over the water.
And like an idiot, I sold it, and it was an aluminum body step band.
And welcome to Missouri.
Oh, there's the fuzz. There's the
Home of
fuzz.
the car wrecks. Oh, Jesus. Somebody spun out.
Huh, tow truck with police lights on it. I ain't never seen that before.
Yeah, I've never seen blue on a truck before either, unless it's snow removal.
Yeah, you got to watch out for what ice under the bridge, right?
Not yet. It's only
No,
45.
it's not cold enough. He just hydroplaned probably. Probably got
Yeah,
ball
he
type.
just Yeah.
You go look at that car spun around, I bet you cords are showing on its fucking tires.
Yeah.
Where are you heading
Look
to,
at that.
Brandon?
I am
Kansas
going up
City?
to Sioux Falls. I'm in Kansas City right now. At least I'm exiting Kansas City.
Sioux Falls, huh? Missouri. Missouri's kind of a beautiful state.
Well, Sioux Falls is in South Dakota.
Oh, you're heading all the way there?
But Missouri or Kansas City, Missouri is where I'm driving right now. I'm on I'm on 435 heading north till I meet up with I-29. Then I'll be taking I-29 all the way to Sioux Falls.
That's a bit of a long drive, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit.
2, 3.
It's like 700 miles.
I would imagine you'd be going through some weather at that point.
Now, off to the west of us and moving slowly towards us are thunderstorms, and on the backside of the thunderstorm, it turns to ice.
Oh, that should be fun.
Yeah, so we're gonna have high winds and ice. Yeah, and this will be the first time I've driven a semi on ice.
Oh.
And which is why I'm going 60 and a 70 right now. Although the rain is sort of tapered up here, but I don't want to be like that guy and freaking lose it on one of these corners. People can just fucking pass me. I don't care. I'm gonna get there safe.
That's right.
Yep.
It ain't a race.
Yeah, right. It's a marathon. Yeah, I'm in no hurry to go fast today either. So
Have you been stopped by the train yet, Bob?
not yet. Polska is 0. Train's 0. But
You just jinxed
never-ending-
yourself, Bob.
The day's
My
still
never-
young.
You know what? I'm coming up on a metro line in about 2 miles. So, and it's usually about the time where you get stopped at 12:35 here, my time. Yeah, my never-ending war with the trains. Yeah, it's never-ending. Some days I win, most days I lose. But the point is to keep fighting, right?
That's right. I don't think the trains even know they're in a fight.
That's because they don't have to stop for traffic.
Oh man, I love trains.
Meow.
I want to take a train across the country.
That'd be cool.
It's boring as fuck.
I would have agreed with you had that been like 1950 when they were still nice.
Yeah.
For my parents' 60th wedding anniversary, which is coming up next year. No, in 2 years. My brothers and I are going to get them a ride on that. Spirit of America or something. What was that Woody Guthrie song? Good morning, America. How are ya? Don't you know me? I'm your native son. Riding. Oh, the City of New Orleans is the name of the train. And they've restored that, and they have like a 5-star restaurant now on it where you can ride in style, in the Pullman cars and everything. It's only
Do they got a bar
$2,500 a person. It's $2,500 a person to ride this thing. It's a good thing I got a lot of brothers. So, well, we're all pitching in.
I rode the Amtrak from Chicago to Dallas. Fucking boring, man.
How long does that ride?
A couple of days.
Ooh.
I remember sleeping on the train, and I didn't get one of those. I didn't get a car with a room, right? Like a whatever you call it, a suite,
Sleeper berth.
a sleeper car. I didn't get a sleeper, so I just, I'm going to sleep in the chair. But they had that train so over air conditioned that, like, I swear to God, it'd be right in the back of Brandon's reefer. Fuck, it was freezing. Oh my God.
Oh man.
You couldn't sleep. You couldn't sleep. You were so cold. You were just shivering the whole night.
You couldn't ask for a blanket?
Oh, I had a blanket on. It was like, it was coming up in behind the seats, and it was just miserable, man. It was just like, oh.
That reminds me of when I worked at the ice cream plant, man, going in them freezers and getting that ice cream for customers. Oh, good God.
Yeah. And my biggest complaint is they don't have a smoking car anymore. So you have to wait for the train to stop. And even when the train stops, they're really not fucking cool on letting you get off on the platform to have a smoke. But we did it anyway. But it was miserable. I would never do it again.
Guys, I got to go run it. Oh, go ahead.
I would still love to do a train trip across the country, as long as they had a bar car.
Oh, they'll serve you booze. Oh, you can get right shit-faced, right? And the food car, I don't know, it's just you get called in to go in for your dinner. Like they let in so many people into the food car at a time. And yeah, the food was okay, I guess. Better than airplane food, but
Yeah.
Guys, I got to go run an errand. I'll be right back, and I'll hop back
All
on
right.
with you guys.
Don't disconnect yourself if you can help it, because I really don't want to push buttons today.
good idea.
Right. I'll see you guys in a second.
All right.
But as for drinking, Bob, yeah, you would enjoy it then, because it's like the bar car, and you just the drinks keep flowing, man.
Yeah, that City of New Orleans train I was telling you about goes from Chicago to New Orleans.
Okay, yeah.
So.
No, you'd be drinking hurricanes on that thing.
Oh, dude. You can have whatever you want.
Some of the houses along the rail line, holy shit. Like, I don't know. Major poverty, man.
It's like the least desirable place to live.
I know, but you're sitting on the train and you're looking at it. You're going, wow, is this America? Holy shit.
Yeah, doesn't that go through like the French Quarter and shit? You got like all the old plantations and shit like that down there.
I don't know how far the train goes into New Orleans. I've never, even paid attention.
Polska, 1, trains 0.
Woo!
Oh, there was a train that just went by too.
All right.
Even a broken clock is right 2 times a day.
Well, congratulations, Bob. I hope your luck holds up.
Yeah, it's going to be a long day, so. Actually, my bartender's art studio is right up the street on the right here.
Oh, I-29 up here. Okay.
Are you weighted right now, Brandon, or are you empty?
I'm empty.
I don't think so, Honda. You're gonna have to wait your turn.
But, Bob, you'll be happy to learn that I had waffles this morning.
Ooh.
Told that to Cowboy. I don't eat waffles.
Well, you waffle all the time, though. I just wanted to let you know that. Not as bad as cowboy waffles, but you
Yeah,
waffle a little bit.
yeah. Cowboy even waffles in text messages to me. He sent me a bunch of text messages yesterday, and I'm just like, I'm ignoring this. I sent him back a message. I'm like, you know what? I don't even know why I'm friends with you sometimes. Over the speed limit.
Well, I don't think any of us here really are quick to make a point. But we're not
Yeah, I mean-
infamous about
I mean-
it like you and Cowboy are. You know, that's your claim to fame. That's your superpower.
I don't know about that, but he does like to waffle about shit. He does that in real life too.
I know.
Like I'll be sitting there at the bar with him and I'll be like, hey, can you get to the fucking point and move on to the next subject? We got shit to talk about.
Yeah, I asked Brandon one day if that was a shtick or that's his normal operating system. He's like, no, that's his operating system.
No, yeah, that's him.
Yeah, I swear I thought it was a shtick.
No, he is every bit the person online he is in real life.
And that's a good thing.
Yeah, I would say so. All right, guys, we're coming up on another set of tracks here. And there's a bottleneck. This is not going to make this fun.
Yeah, the Pilot truck stop is advertising. They have a Taco Bell. I think that would make people run away from it, not go to it.
You know what? I just had their breakfast quesadilla thing
Yeah.
like an hour ago. It's fucking delicious.
Okay.
All right.
Been to Taco Bell in over 20 years.
All right. Polska 2, train 0.
Don't get cocky.
We're winning the battle today.
Don't get cocky.
Actually, this stop sign intersection is worse than the tracks. Come on, dude. That's not how a stop sign works.
You got to roll through it.
Not when it's all 4 directions. And especially when I have the advertised vehicle, the van, I can't be giving the finger and calling people assholes.
Call 1-800-EAT-SHIT.
Which doesn't stop me from calling them assholes anyway. But
How's my driving? Call 1-800-GET-BENT.
I need more coffee.
You missed the conspiracy chat last night, Bob.
What were you guys talking about?
Conspiracies.
Conspiracies.
Which ones? There's only like 1,000. When they're not conspiracies, they're spoiler warnings.
AKS and Truth.
Truth Anchor.
What is it? Truth Anchor.
Truth Anchor.
Comparing-
Anchor. I'm not familiar with him.
Yeah, he's a nice guy.
Another conspiracy theories?
Oh yeah,
For sure.
Ah, okay. Oh, he sounds like he'd be a good friend of mine.
he probably would.
Oh, the rain's coming down now.
I love talking with AKS though.
Yeah.
He gets on a rant and he sort of gets like vapor locked in the one sentence, but it's always the funniest part of the sentence.
Has he been doing a lot of live streams lately? I haven't gotten any notifications from him.
No, he
No.
got sick and he's just now getting better, and he also has started a job.
Okay, so he hasn't been doing a lot of live streams then.
No. I think last night was the first live I'd heard him. He was on mine, but it's the first I'd talked to him in almost a month. But we text almost every day.
Bromance.
Yep, romance.
So what conspiracies were you talking about?
Yeah.
Oh,
Anyways,
they touched on all of them, man.
He got fucked up in the Marine Corps. I don't know exactly what. He doesn't say, but
No, he doesn't elaborate too much, but
he finally got his VA to recognize the disability. Yay, Bob, your luck is rubbing off on me. I got the bypass for the way station.
Nice. I should be train free up until I get back at the shop, so yeah, Polska 2, train 0 for today. For this morning anyway.
can't listen to this shit.
Whoa, that's a potential accident just waiting to happen.
Yeah, we've seen 2 accidents in Kansas City on our way out of town. Because there was the accident on the on-ramp getting onto the highway. Then we had the accident on the bridge. Well, the one good thing about the rain is I'm able to finally clear off all the bugs that were bothering Emmy.
True.
Okay, go ahead, you 2 assholes who didn't realize you got to make a left turn up here. just like that, we are back in the city.
All right.
Shit, I think I gotta go to the south suburbs later. Probably in about an hour. Which means more road porn. You guys get to enjoy road porn for the rest of the day.
Excellent. Road porn is fine. Lots of people like it.
Oh, I
can't
like it
believe
too.
the number. I can't believe the number of viewers I have. Most of them are lurkers. They sit there and watch. Hey, Riggs.
Did you go meet Riggs the other day or last week?
Yeah, I did.
How was that?
It was great. We had well, there wasn't where I met him. There wasn't hardly anywhere to go. We wind up. The only thing being open was Taco John's drive-through because I got there pretty late in the evening. Then we sat in his truck and had our little interview and joke.
Yeah, he seems like a nice guy.
Yeah, he is. Although his comedic timing is not very good.
But that's something you have to work on.
Yeah. Like Cowboy did a good job for his joke. And Ike was freaking knocked it out of the park.
Yeah, I talked to Ike the other day, actually, on Tuesday night. He should be getting his internet hooked up this week, and should be back to streaming.
Yeah. Well, he started moving into the caboose. I think he's sleeping in there now. But he doesn't have his overhead bed built yet from last time I talked to him.
The little loft area?
Yeah. Up in the cupola. Wow. We're out in the middle of nowhere. There's a guy living under the bridge in a cardboard box.
Living the dream.
Yeah. I don't know. I couldn't sleep with all the cars running by all day and night. Just on the other side of a cement barrier.
I don't know. Maybe he's comfortable with that.
Maybe he is, but I couldn't do it. That's what I said.
Brandon, I've lived by the airport for 30 years of my life. When 9/11 happened and there were no planes flying around, freaked me the fuck out.
Yeah.
Yeah, not hearing any planes at all. I mean, I live so close to the airport that if you were talking to somebody on the phone, you would have to pause your conversation and go, hold on, is the plane taking off or landing?
I lived 20 feet below an airport for a while.
Below an airport?
Yeah.
Aircraft carrier.
Oh, okay. Those jets are much louder, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, like you can tell when a military jet flies into the airport because you can hear it fucking miles away.
Max performance.
Well, when I was working for Beechcraft, we had to design all of our airplanes so they'd meet the noise requirements for the City of London airport. Apparently that's the worst, or at least the strictest noise control place in the world.
Yeah, you know what? There's actually been accidents that happened because of that noise control. I remember seeing an air disasters episode of I forget what kind of plane it was, but like right after they declare V1 and rotate, they have 40 seconds before they have to reach a certain elevation and then cut off their lift their flaps up and hit the accelerator to gain the vertical altitude. And yeah, there's been plane crashes because of that.
I don't doubt it. Don't doubt it one bit.
You know
I know
what?
there's been motorcycle crashes because they made the fucking muffler too good on them.
Oh, because you can't hear them?
Yeah. I know that a lot of people have crashed into electric vehicles for the same reason.
What, because they're blind?
No, well, people are.
They didn't see the vehicle
People
in front of
are.
them?
They didn't hear it. You know, like a lot of times when you're going to change lanes, you know, you don't realize how much of your, you know, driving is based on what you hear. Because even in the truck, I can hear the cars outside. Sometimes. And if it's a big truck on the side of me, I know it's coming before it gets there. I don't even have to look in my mirror.
Hey, Brandon, I'm going to mute myself for a bit. I'm going to load up my next run, all right?
All right, have fun. He's really going into the warehouse to masturbate, but that's okay.
Ew.
It's a joke, Bob. Oh, somebody wants in. Who wants in? Eric Sommer wants in.
Easy.
We'll let Eric in.
Howdy, gentlemen. How are you?
Howdy, Easy.
Am I too loud with the treadmill or no?
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay. How you guys doing? Good to see you guys.
Good to see you too. How's life in Tulsa?
Loving it, man. Absolutely love it. How are you guys?
Every day above dirt's a great day.
That is true. It's a blessed day. But just wanted to jump on and say hi. I saw Polska, Hemi, and everybody.
Yeah, Polska will be back in shortly. He's
Making
loading
a
his truck
delivery
right now.
Yeah. But yeah, no, it's was checking out your world tour, Hemi, Brandon. Got some great stuff.
Well, we had a good panel today, so.
Yeah, I saw earlier. I was too busy to jump in now. But so just wanted to let you know, my new number is finally in effect. So all my old contacts are gone. Goodbye.
Oh, good. Well, is that the number you gave me?
Yeah.
Or that you had Hemi give me?
Yeah, the new one. Yeah. Hemi, how are you doing?
Top of the world, man.
Good. Good to hear. Good to hear. Excellent. So, Brandon, when do you head back to, what's it, Missouri?
Say it again, Eric.
When are you going to be back in Missouri? That is home base, right?
You're roboting, man. I'm sorry. I'm in a
I'm, s-
bad place, I guess.
I was just asking when you're going to be back home to Missouri.
Oh, well, I last night I saw my parents, and
Oh, nice.
I had a little bit of a hole in my schedule yesterday, and
Nice.
now I'm working again. But it was great to see the folks.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Excellent. And where are they? Are they near you in Missouri?
They're in
They're in
Kansas
Kansas?
City, Kansas.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
Nice.
they're in a suburb of Kansas City called Overland Park.
Oh my God, that's where I was looking when I was first getting divorced. That's the Blue Valley school system. That's like the best district in the whole country. I looked in Lenexa, Overland Park, and when I decided I wanted to go from Kansas to Texas, I was looking in Melissa, Texas, and then I found Tulsa, where I am now. But nice. Overland Park's a nice area. Really nice.
Yeah, Overland Park's not a bad neighborhood. Blue Springs is where you want to be. Or no, Blue Valley.
Yeah, the Blue Valley School District.
If you're going to,
Have kids and raise them, yeah. I decided to go for the mean streets of Owasso. They're number 10 on the federal government's top districts in the nation. But yeah, no, it's a
that
great
just means
area.
that your real estate will sell well when you're time to sell.
Oh, hell yeah.
Well, I think that with my little brother living in their basement, I think that they're probably going to give the house to him.
Yeah. Now that my old number's dead, I don't have to hear from any more family members who were blaming me for my parents' death. So it's nice.
I can't believe that.
Hemi, you wouldn't, if I told you, your jaw would be to the floor. It's crazy.
That's not fair,
One
man.
thing I got to say about my little brother is he does help.
That's good.
And he doesn't cause my parents any trouble.
Oh, that's good. My brother, when they were still in New York, I used to call it his weekly allowance because his wife wouldn't get an ATM card or a debit card, and she would only give him $5 a day for lunch. So he used to stop by my parents and be like, "Oh, I need to borrow $50 so I can buy lunch this week." I was like, "You're an idiot." That's like you're wrong for allowing that to happen. You're a fucking fool.
Did he have a job?
Yeah, no, he had a good job, but she took his paycheck.
Oh my God.
My brother is the embodiment of blue pill simp.
Sounds like it.
Oh yeah, it's crazy.
I can't even think what you could buy. You couldn't even fucking feed yourself on $5 a day in
New York?
Kansas, let
No,
alone New York.
no. You can maybe get a lunch special with a slice of pizza and a small Coke.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
it.
Or one sandwich with no drink at Subway.
Yeah. Yeah. It's crazy. This is a woman who wouldn't buy bottled water because getting a, one of those reusable ones is just as easy. It's crazy. So, like I said, he's the idiot because he allowed that to happen, and he allows it to happen. It still goes on.
Yeah.
He had to beg and plead just to come down to see my mother before she died. It's crazy.
Can't believe it. Well, I can believe it. That's a sad thing.
Right.
Yeah, we all seen it.
Of course. Look, even at my worst, in my blue pill days, I never, ever allowed anything like that.
Uh,
God, no. But hey, that's how it works for some people. I don't know. But anyway, I just wanted to drop in and say hi to everybody. Hope you guys have a good day. I'm going to bounce.
I love when you drop in.
Oh,
Yeah.
thanks, man.
You don't drop in enough.
I'm going to try to change that, I promise.
I hope so.
I've been dropping onto Hammer streams and, giving my 2 cents. I'll try to jump on some people's live streams.
that's great.
You're always welcome.
I appreciate that, guys. Thank you.
Makes my day. Appreciate it too.
You guys take care. God bless.
Take care, easy. Pillar of the earth.
Yep. We are going to stop up here and fuel up because we're down to a quarter tank. After the last time I fueled up was in Sioux Falls. So I drove from Sioux Falls down to the middle of Kansas, then drove back to Kansas City, and now on my way back up to Sioux Falls. And it's time to fill up again. You see that travel trailer that's
Yes.
past us on the left side? Well, there was a guy at the gas station where my truck blew the tire, and he was driving a Cougar. Well, his trailer was called a Cougar, and he was filling it up. And I had so many fucking Cougar jokes I wanted to tell, but I didn't want to offend him. Lots of trucks already pulling in. Everybody's getting worried about the storm, I guess.
Hey, Roma Arby.
What?
Roma Arby's.
Oh. That's a good name. I like it. Then you know that skank bitch is fucking tore up.
Oh, jeez.
Good God, there's a lot of people filling up. Here it is, 1 o'clock. And this place is already halfway full. Jesus. Riggs is making fun of us for our cold weather driving skills. Riggs, why don't you get on, man? I'll even post a link for you. That way it's Riggs proof. You know what I like at Arby's is their French dip. And the cross-cut fries, the waffle fries, or whatever you want to call them.
Okay, boys, I'm back.
All right.
Had a little bit of a lunch break, but we're ready to go.
Excellent. I'm about ready to fill up.
All right, road porn round 2. Let's go. I'm surprised the hamster hasn't shown up in chat. Has he been in there?
But we got Riggs and Cush in there. All right.
Hamster
I'll
was
catch
on,
you guys in a bit.
Okay, I was gonna say
Dude,
hamster was on a live stream earlier.
oh, good for him. Hamster's in Florida right now.
Is that what he's doing?
Yeah. Anyways, I'll catch you guys in a bit. Time to fill up.
Okay. Catch up on my messages here. Am I the only one on right now? I guess so, guys. Did I miss Zombro? I thought I saw him earlier.
Yeah, Zombro was in here.
Yeah, I thought I heard him.
You missed it.
You know, got to do this unfortunate thing called a job. Despite the crappy weather today, it's still kind of warm.
Is it raining where you are too?
Yeah, it's supposed to be raining for like the next, I don't know, it's like 18 hours or something, but it's a light drizzle. But it's still like 70 degrees outside. Should make for a nice beer garden night. No, let's go. That's all I'm saying. Should we ask Brandon how much money he's spending on fuel for diesel? Do they even have any out there?
All these trucks you see are filling up. There's fuel. It's just expensive.
Yeah, that reminds me. I gotta get some gas in my car. Oh, this is a historically bad stretch of street lights right here. Watch this. I'm gonna go from a green light to a red light, and then the rest of the way I'll have all green lights. But this intersection's blue.
First world problems, Bob. First world problems.
First world problems. Oh, speaking of that, I'm right by the airport. I think Potato Head's in town.
Oh, really?
There's a little stretch of the airport that isn't fully, have a wall around it to keep in the sound, and they have all the snow equipment lined up to the open parts of that fence, where you can see in, to block in what you can see. And I can always tell when some dignitaries in town is because they set up those snow plows so you can't see what's going on.
So no one has a shot at them.
Right, because apparently they blocked my footage when I posted up right away. I think I did a live of was it a C-19 that was on it, and it was literally gone in, I don't know, 5 minutes. YouTube just deleted the whole thing.
Really?
Yeah. They want their privacy around here. Oh, I'm not going to get this light. This is a red light intersection, so you can't run these. It's a $100 fine.
Has it got like a camera or something?
Yeah. Let's see if I can show it to you. Where is it?
Brandon's not posting your feed, so I can't see anything.
Well, if you're watching the StreamYards, you should be able to see it, but it's right there, just off the corner.
Yeah, all I see is a full screen of Brandon's feed.
Oh, you guys aren't getting any of my road porn? That's the whole point of this, is to broadcast the road porn, right?
I don't think so. I don't even see your icon in the show.
Yeah, I know, because he's got it on full screen, yeah. So I'm seeing what everybody else is seeing, too.
When he gets back in the truck, we'll have him change it.
I was going to say, is that him? No, that guy's way too small to be Brandon.
That guy's way too black to be Brandon.
He's not a basketball American? Did you see Pop and Blake show last night?
I did not. Shamefully, I was at the angler fish fry.
Oh, and a fish and fry. Oh, well, that's understandable.
It's not the fish fry you think.
Okay. You want to elaborate on that or no?
Well, no, I don't know. You haven't noticed the drama, for lack of other words, with angler and a group of the community.
You know what? I caught the back end of that on Good Mother stream last night, so I'm really not too familiar with it. Because I haven't been keeping up on Angler's videos because Angler just hounds me for pierogies. And I tell him to fuck off. I've been eating a pierogi in fucking 20 years. Yeah, but I heard him talking about it last night.
Yeah, there's been a week's worth of videos going back both ways, you know. Angler making them and others making them, but I don't know. I'm just kind of watching it all unfold.
Between who? Angler and who?
Really, almost everybody that Angler deals with. Like Brandon says, he's got a superpower of being able to piss people off. So,
You know, some people are good at that. That's what they do.
yeah. My humble opinion, we're not dealing with the real, authentic angler. We're dealing with a bottle.
Oh, okay. I didn't know he was a drinker.
Well, it's quite obvious. He says to me that he's not now. He's trying not to. So good for him.
No, teach their own. Give me a second, all right? And of course, when I have to get out of the truck, it rains just a little bit harder.
Right.
Okay, that's one down. Only about another dozen to make. But Pop and Blake had some interesting guests on last night. The Gala sisters. You ever
Okay.
hear of them?
No.
Chameleons, MRAs, that kind.
Okay.
But they were good sports, good guests. I wasn't really watching the chat too much, except for the porn bots. But it didn't seem like the chat was roasting them. So
Everybody's on their best behavior.
sometimes. Well, one of the unofficial rules in Pop's chat is you don't insult their guests.
Yeah, fair enough.
Well, one, because you think about it, the guests aren't in the chat; they're on the panel, so you're probably not watching it and can't respond. So I make it a point that don't insult their guests, even if you disagree with them.
Yeah, no, I missed it. Like I said, the train wreck was more interesting to watch, I guess.
You know what? I don't blame you. Like I said, I tuned in afterwards.
You know, I'm not there to participate in the drama, but I'm certainly keeping an eye on it.
Oh yeah, it's gaping. It's everybody's like favorite pastime, right?
It is, I guess. Guilty pleasure.
Yeah, it's the reason why the traffic slows down around an accident, right?
Rubberneckers.
We call them gapers.
Gapers.
Yeah.
So that means a whole different thing to me.
How does it mean to you guys?
Like something you'd find on the hub.
Oh. No, gaping has been around long before the hub. My stop is like right on the street.
Well, that took 19 minutes to get my gas or to get my diesel. So I'm going to put in another 11 minutes and get that DOT break out of the way.
Hooray.
So I'll be right back again.
Anything interesting popping up? And according put out a video on Twitter staff getting fired. That's going to be.
He's cleaning house.
Yeah, I think he fired 50% of the staff already. Just last night.
That's
Thank
what I
God.
heard.
Yeah, thank God. Those people fucking deserve it. With their censoring and their fucking shadow banning. He needs to buy YouTube and fire half of their fucking staff too. Right up here. I need a minute now. So you're taking over the show, all right?
Okay.
And we're back. Oh, guys, I'm actually in my neighborhood. One of the best things about my job is when I'm in my neighborhood, I can stop at home and take a DOT break. Neighborhood's kind of dead this afternoon. Not like a car in sight. Come on, move over, asshole. Don't drive on Costner if you don't know how to drive on fucking Costner. Speed bumps and wheelies. Really? What the fuck? There's no parking out in front of my house? God damn it. Hey, my brother's home. Guys, I'll be back. I need a break here for a minute. Probably about 5 minutes, all right?
What did I miss?
A lot of rain.
Hey, Curly.
Hey, what's up? Who is this, by the way? This is so weird. I have an echo or a delay, I should say.
It's Hemi, man.
Oh, Hemi. Hey, what's going on? Hold on. All right, there you go. I had to mute YouTube there. Yeah, Hemi. Yeah. If you're interested, Star Citizen, I think opens up on November 18th for Free for Fly.
Woohoo! We'll be there.
Yeah, may want to
Me and
download it.
Chaos.
It will take you, I would say, if you have a high speed, 300 megabytes per second download. It'll take you a couple hours to download. It's like an 80 gig file, or maybe it's 70.
Yeah, okay.
So I'll do it overnight.
Yeah, something I've set before I go to bed.
There you go.
Yeah, Chaos is interested in getting it too, so both of us will show up. We'll get the free fly.
Well, and the beauty about it is they have like an ability to look at what your processor and GPU is, but until you actually play it and determine whether or not if actually it's going to work. I mean, it is CPU and GPU intensive, but the great thing about FreeFly is that like you can figure out whether or not if it's going to work in your laptop or gaming rig.
Yeah,
go from there.
Yeah, it's a good plan.
Yeah, I've got like, I don't know, over 8 games in my backlog to play, but honestly, even though I've downloaded them when, Steam has them on special, Star Citizen, I mean, it's such a sandbox. It's such a good, especially when you get involved with orgs and you've got like team events. And you can certainly do solo stuff on your own and upgrade your stats, just like, World of Warcraft. Although I've never played that, but watched it enough to know. But man, it's so immersive. So is Brandon back? Well, obviously he added us to the stream, so he must be back. Brandon, what's going on, buddy? Oh, he's driving.
If he gets a phone call, his mic and headset disconnect and he has to reconnect them.
Oh, gotcha.
So he might not even be able to hear us at the minute.
Well, watching his stream, I've often wondered, not that they would know that, although he shows his face, but whether or not if that could be a compliance issue with the trucking industry, like you're live streaming and engaging, you're not watching the road. So I often wonder whether or not if he's just quiet while he's driving because of that.
It's actually a little of both.
Is it? Okay.
There he is.
Yeah, when I was passing that guy on the hill in the rain with a 40-mile-an-hour crosswind, I didn't want to talk.
Yeah, no, totally understandable.
Too much pucker factor.
Well, and if something, God forbid, did go down, attorneys would utilize this to
for sure.
their advantage. I mean, well, hey, the other person sideswipe you, but pop reference, if you had just been maybe not on your phone, texting and driving, well, it's not really the equivalent, but.
Yeah, that's why I don't text and drive.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Well,
Hey, welcome back, Outlaw.
Yeah,
up,
while I
Outlaw?
was going running my errand, my phone dropped my connection, so sorry about that.
happens.
Yeah, how's everybody doing?
A for a Friday. Life is good.
Heard
Hey,
that.
Brandon, where are you at? If you can talk or speak to that.
I am just passing St. Joseph, Missouri on Highway 29.
And you're headed to, or how much more of a haul do you have?
I'm headed to Sioux Falls, South Dakota.
Nice. Yeah. Well, I spent a weekend in Sioux Falls. I don't know if I could live there, but it was, I mean, South Dakota, honestly, is it South Dakota or North Dakota? No, actually, I think it's South Dakota, where you can do the 1 day overnight, get your driver's license, state residency. There's no income tax. And then if you decide to expat, you can use, they've got organizations where you can camp overnight. They'll set you up with a meeting with the DMV the next day. It's kind of like a one-stop shop to get your shit in order before you want to move overseas and not have to pay, the federal and state twice.
Well, when I was living overseas, I didn't pay U.S. taxes. I didn't keep my money in a U.S. bank. I did my banking out of an international bank from Israel, and fuck them if they think they're going to collect it. There's no record.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, it depends on, like, you were working for a foreign national or for.
Yeah, I was working for foreign nationals.
Okay. Yeah, because they've got that FITC or FITX requirement. So if they're
they want to
owned,
get as much money as possible out of there.
Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah. I mean, we're one of the only countries in the world that taxes income earned overseas as a U.S. citizen. It's crazy. Hey, so Brandon, if you can talk, or now is a good time. The reason I wanted to jump on, because I find your story fascinating. You are a mechanical engineer.
Yeah.
Obviously have a couple decades in the industry, and you just said, F it. I don't want to go back in the workforce. And even in engineering, even in the STEM, like I work in healthcare. I work for a Fortune 50 healthcare company, and 90% of the people that I work with are women. Most of them are okay. A few are absolutely intolerable. Actually, I would say more than a few. But I mean, the mere fact that you walked away from all that and just said, I could be making more than 6 figures. Not that you're making that now, because I know truckers do very well, but you just said, I want to be my own boss. This is a great way in which to get into it. I would love to. I don't know if you did, and if you have already gone through this, let me know. I'll go back and look at your videos. But I find it like that's fucking fantastic that you just said, no, you're not going to control me, or I'm not going to go through the CRT training and all the bullshit that is in corporate America today.
Well, my original reason for going overseas had absolutely nothing to do with money. I left the United States so I wouldn't kill my ex-wife, because I had spent a great deal of effort and thought figuring out ways to do it, trying to figure out ways of, accomplishing it without getting caught. And I realized that I was getting to a point where I was about ready to act on it. And I decided that was not the path I wanted to go down with my life. So I removed myself from temptation, basically. And we're having some problems on the truck right now. I've got my anti-lock brake system stopped, and my and my cruise control just went out. So, joy.
Flooded wheel speed sensor.
Possibly.
When the ABS light's on, you don't have ABS.
So if you got, if you know, when you pull over for the weigh station and they want to check your equipment out, would that be a violation?
No.
So, so Brandon, my question was more of like,
drive
was
brakes.
what? You're glitching. There we go.
Come again, Brandon?
I said you're allowed to drive without anti-lock brakes.
Yeah, they're an add-on. They're not
Really?
standard. Yeah,
Not standard. Interesting. And that's federal or is that state?
federal.
Or?
They still make vehicles without them.
Man.
And when ABS came out, engineers wanted to design it so it was more entwined with the standard brakes, but it had to stay as an add-on because, yeah, it's an option. Like,
Of grandfather history aspect.
yeah, they've kept the ABS motor separate from the master cylinder for years for a reason. Because if the ABS fails, you still need your standard brakes, right?
Right. I always thought that, like, if ABS failed and if it was equipped, then the vehicle would lock.
No, it just the computer will not activate the ABS if it sees a fault. So when the light's on, you just have standard brakes. The wheels will lock up.
Gotcha.
You'll have to pump them yourself to get that anti-locking, and the human can't pump as fast as a servo can.
Right. Sure.
They're good. Yeah, there was a learning curve when they came on the scene. A lot of people were still in the mindset of pumping, and the minute you let off the brake to pump, well, then the ABS goes away. You know, they had to retrain the driving public just to stay on the brake. Let the computer do the work.
Well, didn't they at one point, I mean, you know, ABS has been around for over 2 decades, but didn't they at one point give like discounts for models that provided, like insurance companies, P&C
Possibly.
carriers?
Insurance like to give incentives for things like that. Car alarms, winter tires, you know, extra safety trinkets, perhaps. I know they charge you more if your car's red.
Do they really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
I mean,
That's
literally,
true.
how would they know that your car is, well, based
Well,
on
the
VIN, I
vehicle
guess.
registration says what
Yeah.
color it is.
Gotcha. Yeah.
But a red car is more expensive to repair. Red paint is the red pigment is more expensive. Black is like the cheapest paint you could buy, but red would cost you more. And I guess they also think that if you got a red car, it's, you know,
You're more of a speed demon.
you're
or
a sportsman.
Exactly. You have higher testosterone, and you know, that's why you bought that.
Right?
You just want to get checked or dicks. Hey, so I don't know if you can talk, Brandon. If you can't, that's fine. But no, I am curious. Like, seriously, dude. Like an ME engineer, and you're just saying, "Fuck it. I don't want to. I don't want to be beholden to anybody but myself. I want to make my own money, be my own boss." I mean, I applaud you, and I'm sure that you know that Paul Elam, he was a truck driver for decades there before he got into his gig.
No, and we're back. Hey guys.
Welcome back, Bob.
What's up,
Oh, hey,
Bob?
Bob.
Yeah, I took a little break at the house for a minute. And then my StreamYard settings all went to hell, and it couldn't let me log on with my mic and camera. You hate it when that fucking happens. That was an interesting thing you were talking about, the red cars, right? The reason why the red cars are more expensive, or they have a higher insurance rate, is because it's more common of a color. Red, black, and white are the most common colors, and the colors with the lowest insurance rates are green and yellow. Want to know why?
Because they're more visible.
They're more visible, exactly, and they're less likely to get involved in an accident. And as far as the black paint goes as being the cheapest paint, I would disagree with that. I have a 05 Honda Civic, and I have what's called Midnight Black, and the shit cost. Last time I had it painted, $80 an ounce.
Because it's full of pearlescent and metallic, Bob.
Yes,
I'm
yeah,
talking
yeah, yes. It's got a flake in it.
Anything with pearlescent or flake in it, the price goes up because of that aluminum oxide and shit they got to put in it. But when we're talking solid colors, you can buy a gallon of 99A black for like $100, but that gallon of solid red would be about $250.
Wow.
I had a little stint of making auto paint for a living, supplying body shops, mixing colors and whatnot. And I was shocked at some of the prices of the paints, especially like you say, when they get pearls or metallics. Like, yeah, but your Honda,
like
that's a fancy black, believe it or not.
Yeah, it is. It is actually, and I can tell sometimes in it when the light hits it right, it almost looks like it has a purple flake to it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I know black colors absorbs a lot more heat. Is that right?
Oh, for sure.
Oh, yeah, that's for sure.
And then white colors like repels heat.
And that little black Civic of yours, depending on where it was made, the black is different from every plant. So, for example, if that was made up in Alliston here in Canada, the code for the black wouldn't match the same code as the black in Mexico.
Oh, yeah, I could believe it.
They have what they call as alternates, and some as many as 6 alternate codes depending on manufacturing plants. They look similar when you're like, in a parking lot, but if you try to swap panels, you'll see it.
Yeah, right.
So, Hemi, is there like a uniform, like a uniform commercial code for paint?
There's some people that have formulas that haven't changed in years, like Coca-Cola Red or John Deere Green. Those are pretty standard. They've been around for a long time, and the cars that come out on the lots, they pretty much every 2 years they bring out a different color palette. Fancy names.
Is Brandon not sharing my road porn?
No,
God damn it!
Not
he
anymore.
is. Oh.
I just see Brandon's screen right now.
Yeah.
Well, I know it's an interesting process when they spray that chrome illusion color that Ford has for the Mustangs and stuff.
Yeah, that one was very expensive.
That's a pretty cool process how they spray that.
Impossible to repair.
Oh man,
they're a nightmare to repair. I remember when Chroma Illusion first came on the scene, it was so highly guarded that if you were a repair shop and you needed some paint, the DuPont rep would actually come to your body shop and mix it up for you. You would get no extra, no.
So you couldn't fuck it up.
Well, what they ran into problems with was when a car needed a panel repair, it was impossible to match. It never looked the same as it did from the original spray. that one panel, let's say a fender or a door or whatever, stuck out like a sore thumb. But they
Sprunk is the.
they show
go
like
ahead.
4 or 5 different colors depending on how you look at them. Holy shit.
No, I was just gonna say Sprunk is. Ain't that the GTA soda from the game?
You're not supposed to say that aloud, outlaw.
Uh-oh.
Like,
Sorry.
so Bob, like, what the hell does that mean? Like, I'm not gonna say the word if that's like verboten by Susan, but what the hell does that mean?
It's a fictional beverage in a video game.
Yeah, I didn't know, Bob. Sorry about that, man.
Why
That's
why
what-
secrecy about it?
Because somebody went on Rhino's panel pretending to be me, and showed porn on the panel. So
Is that his name or something?
no, he pretended to be me. So I told everybody who I go on panels on that to ask for a password.
It's your code word.
Oh,
Yes.
gotcha. Okay.
To make sure it's actually me. What is this traffic going on here? Fuck.
The only
It's not
thing
even
for
raining
that
anymore.
to work, Bob, you've got to let everybody know.
What, that I'm back at work? Yes,
No,
I am back at work.
You have a code word.
Well, everybody does know.
You got 3 guys here that didn't.
Well, you're not. What's in the private chat, you're not supposed to say out loud.
Gotcha. I'll keep that in mind.
That's why it's private chat.
What I find so fascinating is that, like, Bob, I don't know how many subs that you have, a couple thousand, and
No,
you're being
no.
attacked.
Too many.
No, I think I have 232 or something like that.
But still, I mean, what? Anyway, I just find it fascinating that people would waste their time trying to make you look like you're like, they're you, and then going in to try and denigrate you.
Well, there's always lurkers here and there. You know, we got our chameleons, our scorpions, or whatnot who like to fuck around with people. Scorpion just got what's his face, Hermit a strike. YouTube keeps flagging me for copyright claims. Like, I uploaded my own fucking concert footage from Tuesday night, and they immediately copyright claimed it.
Realistically, no one does a better job denigrating Bob than himself. So
Yeah, so leave it up to me. I don't want any other assholes trying to do it.
When Bob is live at 2 a.m., nobody can do it better.
Well, it's it's called last call for a reason.
That's right.
If I'm not drunk or halfway there, then what's the point of even doing the show, right?
Exactly right.
Oh,
I
yeah.
get it, man. No, I got a warning. So I have like MGTOW videos from Barbarossa and Coltane and Stardust and Paul and just all the OGs, right? And some of them, were taken down, but I refound the videos, and I just had my own personal list, but I labeled it MGTOW. And I got a warning last week or 2 weeks ago now that they removed all of my folder, all of them, like not even the ones that were banned and then other people reposted or whatever. All of them gone because I had MGTOW in the title.
Oh, like on your own on your own playlist, you mean?
Yes, it was private, and then Chaos. We were talking on a live stream when he was playing World of Warcraft, and I'm like, hey, check out some of these, OGs that were way before. I mean, these guys were 2012, 2013.
Yeah, I mean
And
the
so
Coltrane videos go back to like 2010. Those are like the first ones.
Yep. No, he was the one.
Mhm.
I got divorced in 2012, married 2010. He was one of the first ones. Him and Barbarossa or Barbar. And so I started to really listen, and that's what woke me up to the whole red pill. And Paul became, I guess, a person I got clued into in 2013, 2014. Anyway, it was more for my own edification to go back and rewatch and see how things haven't really changed in the last decade or 9 years. And so I just made it public for probably about
What?
5 days. And it got instantly, I got alerted, like you've got a warning, and they were all gone. So all the history of
Wow.
those are done.
They just nuked them right off your channel.
Done. Yeah, there's no more folder. And you know, like Coach Red Pill, that one, like we've had enough. I don't know if you guys have seen that. That's a great video. That was nuked.
Oof.
I think you can still find it through some other very, very small channels, but yeah, that rant right there, dude, that encapsulates where men are today.
I wonder if Barbar's video is still up. The post-feminism man. Have you guys seen that one?
I haven't.
I've watched, I think, well, back in the day, I watched all of his content, but I don't recall that. No, all of this has been taken. There are some channels that have saved it. The MGTOW Mirror Project, I think they still have some of his on, not the whole content.
I know his video is on my channel because I've done that video I don't know how many times. I think it's the best MGTOW video that there is. It's like 5 minutes long and like 5 minutes and 3 seconds or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's easily the best MGTOW video out there. It's called The Post-Feminism Man, if you guys want to check it out. All right, finally, I get past this fucking intersection. I've been here for like 10 minutes.
Well, I know when I started off on my Red Pill journey, I was watching a guy named Red Pill Philosophy. You guys remember him?
I remember the MGTOW philosopher.
Mm-hmm.
I do.
He was actually a guest on Pop and Blake, I don't know, but like a half a year ago or something. But he's under a new title now. But the moment I heard his voice, I'm like, I fucking know this guy. Because he sounds like Bill Burr.
He does a lot of flat earth videos now. But I haven't kept up with him in so long. But I know that's what he was doing last time.
What's his channel name now?
If it hasn't changed, it's still Red Pill Philosophy as far as I know.
I'll have to check it out.
But it was a combination of like him and Undoomed, and I watched Sargon of Akkad for a while. People like that. But the MGTOW stuff was more like Tom Likas, you know, TFM when he was still on here, and then Hammerhand, obviously.
And Big John back in the day too.
Oh, Big John, man, yeah.
Yep.
Replicant Fish.
Yeah.
Replicant Fish. His editing skills are fucking on point.
Oh God.
You know what? When he makes himself laugh, it's fucking contagious. Like every time he cracks himself up in a video, I have to like pull over because I can't concentrate. Brandon, share my road porn. Come on.
Okay, we'll show some road porn from the great city of Chicago.
We're doubling up on road porn. That's the whole point of this, right?
No, not really. But
I seen hamsters live too. Yeah, I'm stuck in traffic is where I'm at.
Yeah, the hamster was one of the earliest Red Pill.
A lot of us are running. Hey, Bob, turn your camera 90 degrees so it'll take up the full screen.
You want that? Is that better?
Well, as soon as it.
There it goes.
Well,
now it's sideways.
Now it's sideways, but mine when I turn it sideways fills the whole screen. I don't know what's up with your camera. You must have an Apple.
No, you know what? It's because I changed my camera settings. You know what? Look, my stop is coming up in a couple blocks here. I'll change it real quick.
Okay.
You'll have to stick with this for a few minutes. All right.
Is that Poppy on your dash there, Bob?
Yeah, that's for like the I don't know what is the Shriners or whatnot. They stand at the intersections to collect donations.
Ape, Ape, are you here?
Can you finally hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
God,
Hey,
Yes, we can. We can finally hear you.
I've been to the cell
Okay.
phone store 3 times trying to get this fucking StreamYard link to work, and now it finally works.
Excellent.
Yeah, I haven't been able to get on anybody's streams for a week now. Every time I get on it,
yeah.
it goes
Hey,
nothing.
did it ask you to go into your browser settings and change the thing, and it wouldn't let you have your mic or video hooked up?
Yeah, originally it took my it asked for Google permission because it's a new phone, Google permission for camera and mic and all this other stuff. And I don't know if I fat thumbed one of the choices, but I got on someone's stream. I think it was Mitchell. I got on, but it wouldn't show a picture. It would just show a blank round avatar and they could hear me. But then the next time I tried to get on, it just went completely blank and nothing worked. So 2 or 3
Yeah,
clicks
Your
later,
avatar is still not coming in.
Is it showing my face?
Yes.
Yeah, it's showing your face now. The video is coming, but your avatar is not.
Oh, I don't know what the heck's going on there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Brandon, when I
Right
was
now we're watching.
when
We're
I was
watching
on
Bob.
when I was on the stream earlier, I got on no problem, and then when I stopped at the house to take a break, it asked me, it changed the whole setting to go to, because normally it asks you for your permission, but then it
Yeah.
jumped that screen and went to check your browser settings, and you can log in without your mic or camera, which is retarded, right? What's the point of that?
Yeah, I don't understand. The guy at the store, he went into the Samsung internet site and opened up a couple more deals and then came back through there. I tried to get on Brandon's stream like 5 times in the past hour and a half. I just kept I was at their cell phone store and trying to get on the live stream. So you guys would have saw me and this guy trying to figure this fucking phone out. If it would have worked. A couple of chuckleheads trying to figure out a cell phone. So I'm glad it works. I had to do a bunch of updates on it, and then I powered it down because I just got a new case and I had to put one of these fake glasses over, fake glass shields over it. And so I didn't want to be pushing on the screen with it on. And then I turned everything off, turned it back on, and now everything's working. So look, it's not even raining, and Polska's got his windshield wipers on.
It did stop raining. Here, let me shut those off for you guys. There you go.
Flowers from a lady. Hey, Ape, I'm shocked that the folks at T-Mobile or wherever could actually diagnose it.
Well, it wasn't. It's in my town. There's Verizon, and there's a small carrier that started in northeastern Colorado about 15 years ago. It's called Viero, and they only do a little bit of Wyoming, western to middle part of Nebraska, and northeastern Colorado. But I had Verizon, but I got rid of them because every month my bill would be $4 or $5 more, and they could never explain why. So now I pay 2 phones. My mom's on my plan, so I give like $92 a month for unlimited everything for 2 phones, which Verizon would be about $150.
For whatever it's worth, I've been on Mint for, I don't know, 3 years. They use the T-Mobile or AT&T, and have had no issues at all.
Yeah, where I live, you don't get AT&T. The closest AT&T to me is 150 miles away. So you get no T-Mobile, no Mint, no. You could do the pay, like the Walmart payphone, you know.
True Talk. Yeah.
Yeah, you can do that, and it would bounce off of probably the Verizon tower. The only reason I had to get a new phone is the one that I had was about 5 years old, the Samsung I had, and this last 2 years that I rode up to Washington State on my motorcycle, if I was in Spokane, it was on T-Mobile, floating on T-Mobile, and I could use the phone. But as soon as I went to my grandmother's, which is like 12 miles to the north, it went to AT&T. They were all 5G, and my phone would not let me talk because the phone I had was a 3G voice. The voice was running off of 3G. Well, we're just 4G right where I'm at, so the phone worked here. But now they've upped, I guess, everything to 4G for the voice. It's called voice over LTE or something like that. And if your phone doesn't have it, my phone didn't work all the way across Wyoming, Montana, Idaho, and into Washington. So I had to go get a new phone after 4 or 5 years. You know, I'm a cheap
What about
bastard.
Visible? Like Visible, they're a third-party network, and of course you would be secondary tier to Verizon paid. But I've heard good things. Like if I wasn't in, like T-Mobile, from my experience, unless you're on the major interstate or a major metro in the country, they suck. But obviously Verizon
once you get out of town, once you get out of a major city with T-Mobile, they blow.
Yeah, exactly. But
from what I
Visible,
found.
they utilize the Verizon towers. Now, you will be secondary. So if there's traffic, you're going to take the hit first.
Yeah.
But they have like, $25 a month. There's a Reddit on there, like with, if you get a referral code and you get part of a group that buy it, it's $25 a month. I think 5 gigs download and unlimited calls and texts. I mean, that's a great deal.
Yeah, it's really hard to make any of that shit work out here. I've had these guys before, and I went back to Verizon, and then they tried screwing around with me, so I went back to them. I'm not displeased with their service. It was just a pain in the dick trying to get this phone to work for the past week.
Well,
now it seems to be working.
But Visible uses the Verizon towers, so all that I'm saying, take a look at it. I've heard, I never used them, but I've heard people, they were prior Verizon customers, now they have Visible and they love it, and they're saving $40, $50 a month compared to what they had.
I'll have to check it out. So what else? Brandon's going up to, where's he going?
Sioux Falls,
South Dakota.
Oh, geez, you're going to be going by Doug's place, not too far, but he's not there right now.
Yeah, I saw Riggs the last time I was up. Dougie had to sleep.
Did you guys know what's going on with him?
Doug?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's started his job as a conductor on the railroad.
No, he's got some other stuff going on. He had a family emergency.
Oh.
So he's in southern Missouri, back at his hometown right now, and I think he's going to be heading back up there that way. And I don't feel like I have the liberty to say what's going on, but let's just say the railroad fucking hosed him, but it's going to work out.
He still has a job there, right?
Yeah, he's in southern Missouri. I think he's going to be probably heading back up to Sioux City, probably either tomorrow or the next day. So keep if you see him in a chat or something, say hi and stuff. He's going through a extremely rough time right now. So,
sorry guys, who are you guys talking about?
Douglas Edwards.
Man, that sucks. I appreciate you sharing, but I mean, the guy was like looking forward to starting things over, but
yeah, he was there a couple of days, and then this family emergency came up, and they pulled some crooked shit on him. So I think he's going to be employed, but I think he's going to probably be starting in December now because of this situation with his family. So he's going to have to probably get a part-time job or find a job for the next month and a half until the railroad gets off their nuts and gets him to working.
Well, and right, this is my own 2 cents, but if it weren't so many women that have taken advantage of, the Family Leave Act. I mean, I can't tell you, again, I work in healthcare, work with predominantly women. I cannot tell you the number of women that they have a son or daughter or child that has issues, and they will fully work the system to the bone. Meanwhile, a guy that's going through divorce, he's got a child with disabilities, his wife is who knows where, and it's like, dude, you just got to suck it up and move on and be
Well,
present at 8 a.m. And so,
the thing about the railroad is, you are under basically a 60-day trial period where they could shit can you for anything. You don't have any union representation until after 60 days.
Right.
And so you don't have FMLA, you don't have bereavement leave, you don't have any, you don't have any rights. You just got to tiptoe around, not piss somebody off for 60 days. And then once you get being a due paying member in his union, which would be the TCMU, I think, the transportation for conductors and engineers and brakemen. But yeah, they kind of did him dirty. I'll let him discuss it, talk about it. But there was somebody that did something that they shouldn't have. They should have approached it differently. And I know human resources is involved. I tried to get a hold of my human resources through the railroad today, but of course hasn't been at work all week, and of course it's a woman in the human resources.
Yeah, women gravitate towards human resources.
It's because they have power and
And-
they can wield it and they can get you
Yep.
fired at the fucking drop of a hat.
Yep.
And they do. And
Yeah.
it's been shown that women have a bias towards hiring women.
Yep.
And it's a sit down
almost
job.
Almost at a 4-to-1 bias.
Well, in my industry, it used to be nepotism used to run really rampant through the railroad. You didn't get on unless you knew somebody or you were related to somebody. But I hired on in the mid '90s, and then they went hog wild on the affirmative action. And you had to hire so many females, you have to hire so many minorities. I'm in the panhandle of Nebraska. You have to bring the minorities in, you have to ship them in.
Wow.
It's not like we have, I know I work with a couple of black guys, and one of them was born and raised around here, and the other one moved here. He was originally from Colorado, I believe. And but we have natives and we have Hispanics because we're an agricultural area. And but it's, in order to fill that quota, you got to bring people in from other states. I mean, I moved 1,000 miles away to get this job. Doug just moved whatever it is from south of St. Louis to the northeast corner of Iowa. I'm sure it's probably 700 miles, but just keep him in your thoughts. He's going through an extremely difficult time right now, and I know today is especially going to be bad. So if you hear from him or see him in a chat or something, just give him a what's up and see how he's doing.
We've got several brothers right now who are having. We've got several brothers who are having family emergencies right now.
Yeah.
Eric Zombros just buried his mom. Rusty Rivers is. His mom is sick now. Outlaw here's dad's sick.
Oh man.
But now Dougie.
It goes in bundles, huh?
Comes in threes, right?
Yeah.
I
think this is 3s and 4s.
Let's also not forget Brother Dak.
Yes.
Yeah, Brother Dak.
Yeah, is there any update on
he wrote
how
to
he's
me
doing?
today. He didn't tell me anything about his health, but he wrote to me today, so he's alive.
Well, he responded. He gave me a like on a response on one of his videos this morning, so I knew he was still up and
Yeah.
kicking. I texted him, or I emailed him a couple of weeks ago before any of this stuff came out, and I just asked him how he was doing, and he said, "Oh, not real good." So I think what's going on with Dak is they've had to change his medication on him again, and
Yeah.
I think that's what's given him problems. And then that video and that thing he put out the other day showing when he was all younger and racing bikes and boats and stuff like that, I was just like, oh crap. So
Yeah.
I'd like to get a hold of him. I'll email him today too and see how he's doing.
But tell him
Yeah,
everybody's pulling for him, and if he needs any help again, we're there for him.
yeah. That's one thing about this community. People are they really do come through. Guys come through for each other. You couldn't get a bunch of women together to donate or to help somebody out. They're too busy
The complete
fighting.
strangers, really.
Fuck no. Right. Unless
Yeah.
you had like, there's a cause or like somebody like, oh, we need to all support this, and they would all be.
Well, and it has to be a female that's in dire straits, because if they
children.
don't, yeah, they don't give a fuck about men.
No.
We know that.
If it makes them look good,
No.
they care. If it doesn't,
I had to go today. I went to where my ex-wife works because I get a bill for a dentist bill for the stepdaughter. Well, my ex-wife and I have been divorced. It'll be in February. It'll be 2 years. So I go to where she works, and I'm like, "Did you take her off the insurance? And you're off the insurance?" And she goes, "Yeah." I said, "Why am I getting dentist bills?" She's like, "Oh, they sent." She's on her insurance, but they don't have the current address. So they send it to me, and I'm like, I'm not stuck on this bill. We're not married anymore. I don't have any financial responsibilities.
better have that
And then
copy of the court decree of divorce.
Yeah, I've got it. I think what it is, she says every time they go into the dentist, she has to fill out the damn forms over again, and nobody ever updates any addresses. It's not even my insurance; it's her insurance. It's just the benefit statement or whatever they call it it was sent to me. So I just gave it to her, and I said, "You take care of it, because they can't come after me, because I'm not. It's not even my insurance. It's not the railroad's insurance. It's her the ex-wife.
Secondary to that.
What's that?
You were secondary to that insurance, like you were
no,
like did a double
coverage? No. It used to be the ex-wife and the stepdaughter were under my insurance, which was Blue Cross Blue Shield of Nebraska, and this was all Aetna stuff. So it's just they just mail the thing to me because they didn't update their information. So, and she's good about that. She wouldn't try to hang me on the bill, because there's no way she can. We're divorced, and our divorce decree has everything property wise, and everything was split up and agreed to, and all the insurances and retirements and all that stuff, everything is agreed to. So it's just a clerical error, but it pissed me off because I'm getting a bill for $200, and it's like, it ain't mine. So hopefully they get it figured out. Dang, I'm glad I could talk to you guys. It was not. It's been pissing me off. I get on StreamYards, I can't talk to nobody.
Well, vent all you want.
No, I think that's one of the great things about this community is that, yes, the red pill is not a pill. It's a suppository. You cannot realize it until you go through it yourself and realize, well, then if you've been married or long-term relationship, whatever, usually those that have been married are probably more apt to find out how the hell that they screwed up or what could they have done differently. That was my case. But the fact that you can just, I don't know, just communicate and say, this is what's bothering me. And you've got like-minded men that go, hey man, I get it. Here's what's happened to me. Like, you're not the anomaly. That's the one thing. Like back in 2010, when I got married, I got divorced like 2 years later. I thought, man, because I was raised blue pill, nobody in my family's gotten divorced. My older brothers married high school, college sweethearts. They're still married. Are they happy?
Probably not.
You know what? I think they look at it like, hey, you get what you get, like I know my middle brother he has 2 daughters. Like he got a motorcycle and a little camping, like tow behind. He's gone every weekend. Like he just, he's 3 years older than me. He wants, and his kids are out of the house almost now. Like my youngest niece is almost 18. But yeah, he escapes. My older brother, his 2 kids are graduated, married. Anyway, my whole point is that it's a great community because like when I went through it in 2012 or the end of 2012, other than YouTube and a couple of 4 or 5 content creators, I thought I was the anomaly. I thought you were the one that fucked up.
I've been through it twice. This was my second one. No more.
Yeah, I'm one and done.
Yeah, I should have been. My first one lasted only about October of '97, and the divorce was final in February of 2000. So, and we weren't together for 6 months of that, so it didn't even last 2 years. And then the second one was 09 to 21. So 11, almost 12 years together.
Yeah, but you didn't get raked through.
Give me a second.
Yeah. No, like I've said before, I'm extremely fortunate. I didn't lose much in either divorce.
Yeah,
got a lot of bills in the first one. The second one, I got rid of a house, and it showed that it got paid off on my credit, and actually come out pretty good. The only thing that was pissed me off is my plan was when I turned 50, I was going to buy a Hellcat. And I'm now 50. I don't have a Hellcat, but I bought a different motorcycle, and I've been on 2 trips. I've put 11,000 miles on it in 2 summers. So nice. I'm having fun.
Last year to buy a Hellcat.
Yeah, I was looking at Hellcat Challengers, and I was going to buy one, or I was going to buy, or not a Hellcat, a Scat Pack. But I was going to buy a used Hellcat if I could find one, or a brand new Scat Pack Challenger. But that didn't happen, and I'm glad, because otherwise I'd be 50 G's in the hole right now on a car. So
yeah, they're fixing to go EV too.
Yeah, that pisses me off. I just talked to my grandmother, and she's up in Eastern Washington. And her power's out right now. We got 3 inches of snow last night where I'm at, and she's in Eastern Washington. She goes, "Oh, there's 5 inches of snow in the yard," and she goes, "The power's out." And I said, "Well, what do you think about all those assholes in this little tiny town? There's some leftist hippies that drive Teslas." I said, "Well, what do you think of those assholes in town there that can't charge their cars right now?" She just started laughing. I said, "You can get in your old minivan and start it up and drive into town and laugh at them." Because none of them can charge their car right now. Yeah. She's got a pretty good sense of humor. She's going to be 93 here this month. I think her birthday's this month. 93.
There was a meme going around with a Tesla with a generator strapped to the back.
Yes.
Yeah.
A couple of Jerry
that runs on diesel.
No, there was a meme where there was a Tesla stranded. They like one of those highway sidecars, came in with with a gasoline generator, and they had the plug going from the gasoline generator behind a diesel truck to power the Tesla to get back on the road. Don't know what happened, but it was like, there you go.
Oh, I saw one the other day that showed a Tesla service van. It was like a Sprinter, and it was it was fueling up with diesel, and it said Tesla emergency response vehicle. And somebody got it at a gas station, fill it up with diesel, and took a picture of it. It was awesome.
I saw a picture the other day of a giant fucking train full of coal, and it said Tesla fuel on the way to the electrical factory.
Yeah, I see those every day because that's all we run is coal. I see coal trains every day. I saw that one too. I just laughed.
Well, I know
Yeah,
Ford held out. Ford, the Mustang will be still gas this year, I think, or next year.
Well, and then Dodge went and they're getting rid of the Hemi, so they were going to go twin turbo V6 or I heard an inline 6 turbo for their to replace their V8s. They're going to put an inline 6 turbo.
Some
But
Fiat junk.
I don't know. I've got a old Ford Ranger that's got a V6, and I've got a Silverado with a V8, so they can suck it.
Well, and folks don't realize that we're still 83% dependent on fossil fuels. It's just, I mean,
Well, we shut down our little satellite areas that we had up in Gillette, Wyoming. We had some jobs up there, and east of Gillette's a place called Donkey Creek, and it's a rail yard, and they basically closed it down. So there's just a skeleton crew working there, and then they closed down basically it's a rolling gas station. It has a main line. They come in, they fuel, and we would work power there, and that's in the southeastern corner of Wyoming. And they closed that place down, and that's where I wanted to. When I turned 50, I wanted to transfer over there to Wyoming, work my last 10 years, and then just retire in Wyoming. And they shut that down 2 years ago when Joe Tato had got elected and said, we're going to shut down the coal industry. The railroad got spooked, so they closed these outlying points, and then those guys had to basically come to Nebraska. And there's a lot of people that are not real happy about having to sell their house that they had for 25 years and move to Nebraska.
Damn.
And so who knows what happens on the next election, because we're not getting rid of coal. These idiots keep saying, oh, we're going to get rid of coal. You're going to take 33% of the power grid out of the United States.
It can't be done. It's impossible.
Yeah. And you couldn't
if we want to be Venezuela Part 2.
Yeah, you couldn't put enough wind generators in North Dakota to power the United States. You can't do it. They don't make that much power.
Yeah, at best, renewables can only suffice for I think it's 18%. That's the best they can do.
Yeah, what happens if the wind quits blowing for 2 days?
What happens if the sun's not out, right?
Yeah.
Man, that truck that just went by Brandon made him look like he's standing still.
I'm going 65.
Is your truck governed at 65?
Yeah.
So you're 65 everywhere you go.
Yep. Except when I go downhill sometimes. Then I can push 70.
You might get to 70. Yeah, I had a work truck that would do, mine on flat ground, mine would do 70, 71, I think. But you get out on the interstate, everybody went by you, flipping you off, cutting in front of you because they think you're driving slow on purpose. And I had my foot buried.
The school bus passes you by and the kids are all giving you the finger.
Hey, I've been there, man. I had an old bread truck. Yeah, I've been there, man. My old bread truck was slow like that, man. 3-speed V8, but it was slow as dirt. You'd probably do about 60, a good 65 on the interstate.
Hey, Indy, you ever watched Bread Truck or Real Talk? You ever watched Bread Trucker? Paul? He's a guy that I don't want to say that he's gone his own way, but he definitely doesn't submit to the matrix. He's basically a vanagon or van lifer.
Oh yeah, the bread trucker.
Yeah.
Nah, I never heard of
I'll
him.
watch him.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he had some. I haven't watched him in a while. I don't even know if he's still doing content, but he was entertaining. He's a good dude. I mean, he used to work at Publix, and he just said, "Fuck this! I can't do this anymore." And bought a bread truck, renovated it into an RV, and he's been all over the country, all over the West Coast and Midwest, and smokes his herb and enjoys life.
Good
Have
for
you
him.
seen some of those builds some of those guys do? They did one that's it's like a total stealth build. It looks like an old Ryder box truck, and it has no markings on it, and it's completely, you can't tell. But this guy, it looks like a freaking studio apartment inside this thing. It is gorgeous, but you can't tell from the outside. It looks like a beat up old delivery truck, an old box truck, you know. And man, does it! He's even got a like a lockable door that he can get out of the seat and go through the, you know, up through there, but you can't really see what it is or that it's a door.
Yep.
And then it's amazing. The thing has no windows in it, so you can't really tell, you know, that it's kind of like an RV or something. But yeah, they got some really cool builds. And this guy built it looks like a rolling apartment on wheels. It's really nice.
But nowadays,
Yeah, I'm
a lot
seeing
of
a
municipalities, like if you have any commercial aspect to it, if it's a whatever tonnage truck, then they've disallowed, especially in California, where if you're over a certain gross weight, you're not allowed to park in the street. So apart from Walmarts, maybe Cracker Barrels, you're looking for spaces. Rest stops, you can't be there for more than 12 hours. Yeah, there's one guy that had a FedEx truck and he painted it with FedMex. You know,
Oh, I seen that one.
Yeah, I was like, oh, that's fucking brilliant.
I'm seeing
Yeah.
a lot of people do it with school buses. The school buses
Yeah.
are nice.
Yeah, my dad had a school bus that was a camper, and it was an old, oh man, I think it was a late 50s, early 60s Ford school bus, because I remember the
Not a
V8
Bluebird?
symbol of the V8 symbol in the front grille of it. It was a old Ford school bus, and it wasn't the Taj Mahal, but it was great for elk camp, you know, when we go hunting and stuff. But
It wasn't a
Thing is
short
about-
bus, was it?
it was relatively short, yes.
Could have been
We all had
a
to wear,
F.
we all had to wear helmets, and every one of us had a chin strap. Was that Bob that was being a smart ass?
What you
Fucker.
described could have been a F3, F2, F3 school bus, like a F300, 400. The old F
Yeah, I don't
series.
remember the designation on it, but it was only I would say it was probably 25 feet long from the 20 feet long from the driver's seat to the back of the bus was probably 20 feet. It wasn't like a 65 passenger Bluebird or anything.
Mm-hmm.
So, but people were a lot smaller back then, so you didn't need a bigger bus.
Especially the children.
Yeah, I remember coming back one time. I think we were sturgeon fishing on the Columbia River, and we were coming back, and I was sitting in a wood bar. It looked like a chair that got stolen from a bar, and I was sitting in it next to the driver's seat, and we're going along, and there was this badger that run out in the road. My dad smoked this badger with the duals on it. I was like, holy crap. Well, the nice thing about the school buses, if you have to take a piss, you just open the door, walk down in the stairs, and hook your hand through the handrail, and you can piss right out the right out the front door going down the highway. You never
just
have
like
to
them
stop to
step
piss.
vans.
Yep. You just don't want to be drinking too much because you might take a digger outside at 60 miles an hour. What you picking up in Sioux Falls with your Gatorade drinking ass?
Uh,
Well, the Gatorade is for the bottle.
Oh, the way of the road.
Speaking of pissing while you're driving, right?
You guys ever watch Trailer Park Boys?
Oh, I was gonna say I was gonna
Yes.
comment on that, but I figured somebody else.
Look
Bubbles.
up if
Yes.
you guys want a couple of
The
laughs.
way of the road, Randy.
Get on Google and look up Way of the Road tattoos. And they've got people that have gotten tattoos, and it's like a half-filled milk jug full of piss sloshing around and flowers and stuff. They make it all nice and pretty, and it says "Way of the Road" on it. I laugh so freaking hard.
Hey, here's a converted bus right there. You couldn't really see it, but that was a converted school bus, but they only raised the back half of the roof.
Well, the nice thing about the school buses too is that they are solid as a rock because they have to be able to roll over. They have to be rollover safe. So structurally, they're very stout. You can do a lot to them. They make good campers.
If I were to do that, I would get a low mileage, like rural ambulance. They've got the height, you don't have to worry about bending down.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Have you guys seen Cheap RV Living with Bob? That old fart that he's been doing this for, God, I don't know, 15, 20 years maybe.
I think I've seen his channel, but I don't know if I've ever watched anything on it.
No, I've never seen it.
Yeah, check him out. I mean, I would rather expat than do that, but I mean, that guy went through a pretty bad divorce, lost everything, had to restart, worked odd jobs here and there, National Forest jobs, had a son. His journey is pretty epic compared to what most people have gone through, and he's happy. He's had a couple of dogs in his life, and he just likes to go out to Quartzsite and New Mexico and Arizona and just live.
I've seen some of those. They're the bus, like the shuttle buses they use at the airports and stuff that got all the glass windows, all the way around. But they have a door like a school bus where you can open that and you can walk in on them. They have them at all the major airports. But I've seen some people take those shuttle buses and make campers out of them too.
Mm-hmm.
And some of them are already set up with the the rack to throw your luggage in if they're taking you to the airport. They've already got the poles already and everything. Not stripper poles, Bob.
Why are you referring to me?
I know. I just thought of you. But they have those already set up that you could just patch into them and make a bunk system or storage or whatever there. But yeah, I've seen a few of those. There's a guy I know that I work with that has one sitting out by the highway, and he's trying to sell it. And I think he bought it from another guy that I worked with that made a party bus out of it. And he was hiring himself out to take people on Christmas parties or booze cruises, and we were his buddy of mine turned 40, and there was like 15 of us that all went in and rented him, and I brought in like 2.5 gallons of Moscow mules I made. So we had a little bar set up in this little van driving around, and went bar hopping and stuff. But his now ex-wife wasn't real happy when he rolled in at 4 o'clock in the morning from that little birthday party.
Bugger.
Yeah, girls ruin everything.
Yeah, they do.
I have
It's not
seen
about
some
them.
guys. I have seen some guys take them pull behind utility trailers and turn them into campers, like the ones you work
Yeah.
out of.
Yep, those 7x10s
Mm-hmm.
or 12
I've
with the
seen
little
people
side
do the
doors.
same thing to horse trailers.
Yeah,
The enclosed
God, we
work
got some
trailers.
people. We got some people around here that rodeo, and their horse trailers have living quarters. The whole front half is living quarters, and then they have like a 3 or 4 horse slant in the back. And the horses have an air conditioning unit. These things have like 1 or 2 air conditioning units. I can't imagine. That's $100,000 horse trailer. It's got to be. They got satellite dishes on them, and they're towing them with a. They're towed. You know, some of them are getting towed with semis. They'll have a
Yeah,
semi.
I've seen
on
those.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you know you got
Trailer.
that many money. You got to really like to ride a damn horse to spend that kind of money for it. I don't personally. I would never do it. I'm a horsepower fan, not a horse fan.
Well, I know back in the 70s when the drag racers were going around, they had like medium duty trucks with like a enclosed car hauler in the back of them and had sleeping quarters in them. You could park the car in the back of it. I've seen
And
some
just
people
had like
take them.
elevated bunks above like a dragster, like those dragster trailers. Is that what you're talking about?
Mm-hmm. Yep. So
Yeah, I
you
couldn't
take like an
imagine.
old. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say you'd take like a Chevrolet C60, like the big medium duty trucks with the wide fenders, and they put like a big box on the back of them, like pretty much like a box truck, enclosed car
Yeah.
hauler.
Yeah, I used to drive a what was it? It was the GMC or the Chevy made the Kodiak.
I think that was Chevy.
Yeah, it was a 50.
Yeah.
I think they called it a 5500 or something like that. Or
Mhm.
it was one of my work trucks, and that one you didn't have to have a CDL because it was under 26,000 and it didn't have air brakes. But the last work truck when I was out on the road doing that, being a mechanic on the gangs, that was a Sterling, and it was I think it was 29,000 pound rated, and it had air, so I had to have a CDL for that one. But yeah, one of those I've seen that type of chassis set up with a box on the back. That wouldn't be too bad of a camper. They just ride rough and beat you to death.
I see some guys running around with the the Army modern replacement of the Deuce and a Half.
Yeah.
And turn those into like all-terrain camping off-road places. You know.
Well, have you seen those Unimog campers?
Yeah.
Good God, are those expensive? Yeah, there's a guy around here that's got a couple of Mogs, and they don't have to license them because they're considered a tractor. So he drives it around. It's an old one. It's from the late 70s, I think, and he drives it around, and he'll get pulled over by the cops, and they'll want to see his registration and license, and he goes, "I don't have to put plates on it. It's a tractor." No, it isn't. You know, they sit there and argue with them because cops don't seem to know the rules anymore. But yeah, his had the chain set up that would in front of the wheels. It had a star, and it had links of chain on it, and it would sit there and spin underneath the tires as you traveled. Have you ever seen them? In the snow and the ice, you'd turn these things on, and instead of chaining your tires, it would spin these chains under the tread as the tire turned. It would roll over this chain that would just keep spinning.
Right. Volvo has that on their
Guys, I'll be right back.
The truck, the army truck, the guy that the one I saw. You know how like the RVs have pop outs.
Yeah.
Well, this guy had done his like a pop up camper, and it folded out so you had like 4 times the regular floor space and a second floor.
Oh wow.
You know, it had cloth walls though, but
Yeah.
other than that, you know, it was badass. Yeah, the furniture was bolted to the deck, so everything was where it was supposed to be when he would flop it, you know, or fold the edge down,
Huh.
and then the tent part of it would just articulate in and out.
That's
Self-leveling. I saw this on Jay Leno's Garage.
Nice.
Well, I have an 18-foot camper. It's a Salem ultralight, and it when we were looking for one, you know, they said, "Oh, do you want to pop out?" And I was like, "No, not really." Well, why not? And it's like most of them are plastic gears run on a plastic geared track, and they break, and shit breaks. You got to have battery power to use them, or you got to hand crank them, and they take forever. I just didn't want it. I just got a regular conventional, holds a queen size bed. It has 2 bunks in the back corner. There's dual bunk beds in the back corner, stand up shower, bathroom. But yeah, it's nice having that extra space, but it's just more shit to break, more stuff to go wrong. Having the slide outs.
Yeah. Well, the one that I'm talking about, it fit the 3 sides would fold down, and then there was an actual pop up on top, but it had like a solid floor that was on the top. And it's on Jay Leno's Garage. Do you guys watch Jay Leno's Garage?
Yeah, I've watched it. I'll have to check it out. How much did it cost to put that together? Did he say?
I don't remember.
Because a lot of those times they'll say, "Well, you know, what's this cost, or what do you have in it?" And you're like, "Oh, $270,000." You're like, "Whoa, fuck!"
Yeah.
Yeah,
Welcome
I love
to
his
Iowa.
Oh man, Iowa,
Yeah.
idiots out wandering around. I can say that because I live in Nebraska, so you know we have that border connection.
Yeah. With Kansas, we make fun of Oklahoma.
Well, we make fun of Wyoming. We say but the other people in Iowa, they say Kansas or Nebraska sucks and Wyoming blows. That's why they get their wind.
Yeah. We say that Texas doesn't fall into the Gulf of Mexico because Oklahoma sucks.
I got a buddy that he's a travel mechanic for the railroad, and he lives in he lives down by Eric Zombro.
Hey, do you see this construction sign ahead of me that's got, this is your speed?
Yeah.
Well, they have started putting cameras on those, and if your speed exceeds the construction speed, they'll mail you a fucking ticket.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
It's not just slow your ass down anymore because we want you to. It's slow your ass down or you're going to get a fucking ticket.
Yeah, and when you see the big bright flash, you know that the strobe just hit you because they just took a picture of your license plate in your face.
Mm.
We had those back home. They started putting those red light cameras. You know, people run red lights, and man, you don't want to run a red light because you'll instantly see a flash. If any car's in that intersection when that light's red, there's a flash, and it takes pictures. And there was a guy when they first brought that out. There was a guy that smart ass. He got a ticket, and so there was a picture of him, his face, and his license plate going through a red light. So he sent them, because it was like $100 fine. He sent them a picture of 5 $100 bills and flipping them off. So he sent him a picture of 5 100s and then him flipping them off. So they sent him a picture back. They mailed him a picture back of handcuffs.
Oh man.
So he went and paid his fine. It was $100 bill. Yeah, it was $100 fine. He sent a picture of a Hyundai, but he flipped him off in the picture. And they sent him a picture of like a gun and handcuffs or something. But I know handcuffs were in there.
Well, that's what I was
good.
telling Hemi the other day. You know, and I don't know if I told Brandon and them this, but yeah, not long after that came out, I got a ticket, and all I was doing was just, you know, driving down the road speeding allegedly, and they mailed me a ticket, man. And I was like, the crap. So yeah, it's getting big down here too, at the traffic lights especially.
Well, I remember years and years ago when before I worked for the railroad, I worked at an auto parts store, and they were just getting those red light cameras put in places, and there was people coming in wanting to buy special license plate covers that would, at a certain angle, you know, where the cameras were, the angle you couldn't see they wouldn't read the plates, but if you were straight on looking at them, and we were selling those, and then they said, oh no, you can't be selling this stuff. The cops were getting all pissed off because people were putting these plate covers on so you couldn't catch the right plate, because then you couldn't prove it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But I had some buddies that worked at a Ford. It was a Lincoln Mercury Mazda dealer and Ford, and they had a customer come in, you know, when they changed, I can't even remember, what was it, 90, was it in the early 90s when they changed the RX-7, the Mazda RX-7, and it looked like a miniature Corvette.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a different body style, looked like a mini Corvette. And they had a customer come in and leave his car over the weekend. He come back, picked his car up, and come back a couple days later, and he was pissed. He was really mad, and he says, I just got a ticket in the mail for someone in my car. And one of the kids that worked at the lot took that dude's car on a Friday night and drove it from Spokane to Seattle, which is 300 miles.
Oh.
And he was going across the Lake Washington Bridge, and one of those photo radars got him at 120 miles an hour going across that bridge.
Oh.
And this dude gets the ticket mailed to him because they just had the car and the license plate as it went by and the speed on there, and it was like 120 miles an hour. And he come back and he was pissed. And that kid, that lot dog, he didn't have a job after that.
Oh man.
Yeah, he'd put like what was it? I think he put 850 miles on that. He drove over on a Friday night, spent the night, and drove back on Saturday in this customer's car, rodding the shit out of it.
You guys remember in the 70s where they used to hide fuel fillers? Like you'd find a plate that would flip down, and you'd find the fuel filler for the car under the license plate.
Oh,
like
yeah.
that.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Corvettes.
My buddy has a 72 satellite and an extra long choke cable that goes to his license plate. And when he goes on the toll highway, he pushes in that choke cable and the plate flips down flat. You don't see shit.
That's like some James Bond shit there. The old license plate flips around to another plate.
But it's so low tech.
Yeah. That's
well,
awesome.
I don't know how each state does it now, or even if it's still a thing, but I know in Alabama we used to have the tags on the front of the car and the back, I believe, both front and back at
Yeah,
one time.
Canada, we get front and back.
We do too in Nebraska, unless you want to pay an $86 fee to have the privilege of not running a plate on the front of your car. Otherwise, you run a plate, you'll get a ticket if you don't have a plate on the front and back. Or you can buy this little sticker for like $86, and then you put it in like a park sticker, like a national park sticker, put it in your windshield so you don't get fined. Like they got 6 ways a Sunday to screw you in this state. I think in Missouri you don't have to have plates. You have to have plates on the front, but you don't have to have plates on the rear, which is odd because that's where all the cops come up from behind you. But I think you don't have to have a plate on the you can run 2 plates, but I don't think by law you have to, because it was so agriculture and everybody was towing trailers and stuff. You couldn't see a plate anyway, so they wanted a plate on the front. But I may be mistaken. They probably changed it by now.
Well, no. I don't know if they have or not, but that's the reason all the cowboys have their names on the back of their belt.
I thought it was so somebody wouldn't steal your belt.
I just
That was a
caught
bad joke.
That's
There was
the
actually
running joke
two-
around here
two
about
bad jokes.
all the lowrider pickups. We'll just say lowriders that have families' names in the back. And it's like the reason they do that is so that other members of their family don't steal their vehicle. Different families.
Oh,
Well, you got shit. You still got to go traverse the whole state of Iowa, then, don't you, Brandon?
yes, I do.
Yeah.
And I'm looking, and I'm looking here at the Sapp brothers, and I like Sapp brothers. They're my favorite. They're my favorite truck stop.
Do you have contracted fuel like at Love's and Saps or whatever, or can you fuel up anywhere? Love's.
I can fill up anywhere, but they would prefer that I fill up at Love's.
Yeah, I seen it down there by Fort Morgan, Colorado, going towards Denver on I-76. They put out a big, huge Love's they built a couple years ago. That thing's huge.
Yeah, it is.
Have
God,
you
I
got
hate
to go to
driving
any
to Denver.
Buc-ee's?
Buc-ee's don't let trucks in.
They don't.
No.
Oh, I thought they had. Pumps for trucks too. I know they had. I was at one in Texas, and that thing had probably 36 different fuel pumps, and they were full.
Yeah. Well, I went to one just outside of Dallas, and there was big signs, no trucks. Buses welcome, no trucks.
Well, that sucks because they. Have you ever been in a Buc-ee's?
Yeah, they're great.
Yeah, they're great.
We just
It's
got
like
one.
a Walmart truck stop.
Yeah, we just got one down here in Alabama.
Oh, you did?
Yep.
Yeah, we don't have
And
any around here. I would have to drive 1,000 miles to see a Buc-ee's.
And everybody here in Alabama acts like deer in the headlights, like they've never seen a truck stop before.
Yeah.
It's literally like a tourist attraction, seriously.
Oh, you go in there and we'd go hit them in the morning and get breakfast, and then because you could go and they'd make you like a breakfast burrito or whatever. It wasn't just grab one out of the heater and go. You know, they'd make you a breakfast, and then that one I went to had probably 30 different kinds of homemade jerky.
Yeah.
Every kind of flavor you could think of and things you wouldn't think of. But yeah, I've never been
ours
in a.
has got.
Go ahead.
Just gonna say, ours has got like a gift shop in it, like a little deli bakery counter in the middle of it, and like a whole area on the other side full of snacks, and it's huge.
That one I went to, they were selling coolers like Arctics and Yetis. They were selling hunting clothes. They had smokers. They're kind of like Traeger smokers. They had those barbecue grills. I was like, I walked in there. I was looking around. You could buy hunting clothes. I think they probably had deer calls and duck calls and stuff too.
Did they have guns?
They didn't, but I know of a gas station in Big Timber, Montana. That's a liquor store, gas station, gun shop. And it's awesome.
What more could you need?
Bait, fishing bait.
Yeah, it's awesome, and it's it has more guns than a lot of big gun stores, and it's called the Fort, and it's on the very east end of Big Timber, Montana. It's not on the interstate; it's in the town itself, and yeah, they don't have hardly any gas. They just have a few gas pumps, but it's a liquor store, gas station that has deli food, and then you walk right out of that and you walk right into a gun store. And I met some Canadians here last year. They were riding from Quebec down through to Yellowstone, and I was there filling up, and one of the gals comes out and she says to the other guy, "You got to see this. There's a gun store in this gas station." And this Canadian guy was talking to a couple, and they're like, "Oh man, I got to go in there and see that." He says, "We can't even own a fucking gun where I live." And I looked at him and I said, "Well, I've got 2 of them on me right now." And he looked at me and he goes, "God, I love this country." He goes, "Man," he goes, "You got," I said, "Well, I got one on me and one in that tank bag right there strapped to the tank of my motorcycle." And he just looked at me and started laughing. And his wife looked at me and she goes, "Yeah, it sucks where we're at." I said, "Yeah, I feel sorry for you folks." But yeah, there's some real nice people. They were going to go ride. They had Harleys with little trailers, towing little trailers behind them, and they were going to go ride up through Glacier. But in July, the Highway to the Sun was still closed. You could only get about halfway up it, and there was still snow up there. So there, I was telling them, "Oh, this is a pretty ride here, through here. You know, give that a try." And really super nice people. It's too bad they're getting bent over by their government. We're not too far behind, probably.
Don't even tell me about it.
Well, I know one of our truck stops, you used to be able to buy CB radios. I don't know if that's still a thing anymore, but yeah, we used to have them.
Yeah, CB radios, radar detectors, all that fun stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I had to stop at this one, and I think I was in North Carolina. I was on my way to Myrtle Beach for it was a union conference of all things, and my GPS quit, and I walked into this. There was 2 gas stations across from each other, and it wasn't like a big truck stop, you know, just kind of country gas stations. And I went into the one, and they had every Garmin GPS you could think of. And I was like, "Well, give me this one." And I went to pay for it, and my credit card gets declined. And I'm like, "What?" So I tried. I said, "Try it again." And he said, "Oh no, it says decline." So I go out in the parking lot and I call my bank, and it's a Cabela's card. And they said, "Well, we see that someone's trying to buy something at this gas station in North Carolina." I said, "Yeah, it's me." And they said, "Well, we thought somebody stole your card, so we denied it." And I said, "Well, you need to give it to me because I can't find my way. I've got a road atlas, but every road over in North Carolina and South Carolina, it looks like you took a bowl of spaghetti and threw it on a map, man. There's no straight lines to nothing over there."
It was like Boston and shit. No grid.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, I couldn't imagine trying. I mean, you know, I can read a map and I can look at an atlas, but to pay attention which intersection you missed to take a turn to get onto another road to do another road to do another road. I was like, God dang. Those GPSs are handy.
Can't trust them.
No, you can't trust them.
They might drive you off a bridge.
I had one drive me 22 miles roundabout out through the countryside in Idaho. And I ended up back where I started. And if I would have just went a quarter mile up the road, it would have been the road that I needed to get to. But it took me 22 miles out in the country. I ended up driving through this guy's yard. The county road, basically, the county road split his property. His house was on one side, his barn was on the other, and it was a dirt road. I come smoking over this hill, and I'm like, where the hell are we? And chicken started running everywhere. And I was like, oh my God, I'm driving through this guy's yard. Drove through there, and I ended up roundabout. And I was like, well, if we would have went a quarter of a mile, it would have been exactly where we needed to be. So yeah, the GPS can lead you astray.
The one for my company likes to take me down the business routes. Yeah, like I'm on Highway 29, and we'll come up on these little towns, and it's wanting me to turn off, take business 29 through the little town. Fuck
And then when you
that.
go by it, recalculating.
Oh no, it says off route, off route. And I got a nasty gram from a fucking company going, "Why are you off route? You know, it's not authorized." I called my boss and I took a picture of it on my phone. You know, that it's wanting me to be on business, the business one. He said, "Just ignore that shit."
So there, your GPS is patched in, and they can tell if you've gone anywhere you're not supposed to.
Yeah,
Oh wow!
like at Bucky's, I had to find a place to turn around, and I turned into a high school football stadium's parking lot. The second my fucking tires hit that parking lot, I got the unauthorized access.
Wow.
Fuck.
Well, at least you didn't get
Yeah,
a danger, Will Robinson danger.
Yeah. No, but this stupid thing, it does have the danger Will Robinson function. It's got a collision avoidance system, and some days it's better than others. But it will regularly trigger on ghosts.
Well, at least it doesn't have the voice of an old screaming queen scientist like that TV show had to put up with.
Yeah.
It doesn't say, "Oh my, Brandon, you're on the wrong road."
No, but it
Yeah, I've
does
seen-
it does put on the Jake brakes for me. Sometimes
Really?
when
Or-
it thinks that there's problem.
Or it could be
All
a
of a sudden
smart
I'll-
aleck talking. Or it could be a smart
Could be.
aleck talking Trans Am named Kit.
Yeah. So
That's
it's
right,
not.
Michael.
Is it not a dash mounted? Is it integrated into your dashboard? Then it's not like a lone GPS.
No. I've got it. I've got a fucking radar and a bunch of cameras and shit, and they all feed into the computer, and
Oh wow!
it gets confused.
Things like
Plus
super high tech, huh?
Plus, I got GPS.
Have you had any issues with your electronic logbook, Brandon?
Well, other than not knowing how to use the damn thing, not really.
I was watching that Mother Trucker or Mother Trucker channel. Have you seen him?
Yeah.
He had a couple that were fired. They were fired up by Chicago and told to get out of the truck because he wouldn't go do a run and then stop his time and then personal conveyance to the next town and pick up another load all while he's on PC. He says, "I'm not doing that because if he gets pulled over and you're on PC and you're out on the interstate, personal conveyance is only to go from a hotel to go get something to eat, something like that." And they were wanting him to run his time out, personal conveyance for another four hours or something like that. Go pick up this other load and start driving it under personal conveyance until his time reset and he could get back on. He's like, "No, I ain't gonna do it." So they told him to get out of the truck, and it left him and his wife in Chicago stuck with $200 in their pocket.
Yeah, I'd have told him to fuck off too.
Oh man, you're going to get hit with some hefty fines if you get caught hauling a load under
No.
personal conveyance.
I'd have told the boss to fuck off, just like that couple
Yeah,
did.
He said he learned a lesson there because it was a startup trucking company, and he said the guys that ran it didn't speak English. They came over from Europe somewhere.
No.
Probably some of them dastardly Russians.
Maybe.
But yeah, I don't think they're a company anymore. Or they've gotten into enough trouble.
Well,
but yeah,
all you'd have to do is report them for that, and they'd be closed by the end of the day.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a pretty shady deal, that's for sure. Hell, I when I would try to use my truck, I hated using personal conveyance. I'd walk to someplace to eat if I could help, if I could do it. I didn't like being in that truck and being under PC. Because all I could think of is, some cop's gonna pull me over and then he's gonna, work me out. And I quit doing that driving for the company right after they started with the electronic logbooks, and it was on our phone. We had a company issued phone, and we just started it and stopped it with our cell phone. And we I used to have to run paper logs, and you used to be able to. You had a burner log, and you had a good one.
Yeah. Well,
you could cook the books a little bit.
Right. But that went out with any vehicle manufactured after 1999.
Yeah, they've really the electronic logbooks have really put a chokehold on especially the independent guys, because they can't get the miles in to make it. I mean, I'm sure it took a big chunk out of their wallet.
Oh, it did. But shit, it takes chunks out of everybody's wallet. But if you spread that around, if your profit goes down, but you've got 5,000 trucks, you're still going to make a fucking good profit.
Yeah. Did you? Never mind. I was going to ask you something, and I just had a brain fart. Sucks getting old.
I wouldn't know. Oh, speaking of getting old, I had to go to my DOT physical today. And the guy was taking my blood pressure. And I'm a fat bastard, but I still have really good fucking blood pressure, apparently. 110/80.
Jeez.
So,
did you get to pee in the little cup?
Yeah, I got to pee in the cup.
See, when you hand it to him, you say, "This is the way of the road, sir," and you hand it to him and slosh it on their hand.
He had gloves on. The guy that was doing it was actually really cool. He was a chiropractor, and I said, "Hey, I've been wanting to get a dog, but our company policy says that you can only have a dog if you have a doctor's note saying that you get anxiety." And he said, "Yeah, I could do that for you, but it's going to open up a whole fucking can of worms."
Did you get the ones I left for you yesterday?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome.
No, I didn't get a Bob. Why you didn't fucking leave them someplace I could find them?
I leave a note.
Yeah, it says, "Dear Brandon, here's your flowers. Fuck off."
and throw it through your fucking windshield.
It's like when I was with my ex-wife, she left a note on the refrigerator and said, "This isn't working." I opened it up. My beer was still cold, so I didn't know what the fuck she was talking about.
I woke up yesterday morning and come out of the bedroom and to walk into the bathroom, and the floor's wet with cold water. It's like, oh, the hot water tank's leaking. So we got to change one of those yesterday in this apartment, and it's the gal below me. She did the same thing. Walked through the yesterday morning, and the floor was wet in her apartment. Well, it's because there was a little bubble of water that come through the paint and on top of her hot water tank. So
that's convenient. Fun.
40 degrees out and it was starting to snow, and we're hauling hot water tanks into apartment buildings. But now that thing's screaming hot. I had to turn her down. I was like, oh God, that thing's hot. Bet you'd like a nice hot shower about now, huh, Brandon?
I stayed overnight at my folks' house. I had a
That's
really
right.
nice shower last night. I'm gonna spend the night at Love's tonight and have another shower.
Well, you know it's time to take a shower when your balls stick to your leg.
Got that right.
That's when it's time.
Especially when you got, the low-hanging balls.
Yeah, you got to make sure you don't jump up into the cab and sit on them. You gotta pull them up first, Brandon.
Could be worse. You could have hamster balls.
True.
When they drop in the toilet.
I had this guy I worked with that said he was talking about vasectomy, and I said, yeah, I'm thinking about getting one. And he goes, man, let me tell you, after you get it, you're going to have old goat sack balls. And I said, what? And he goes, I'm going to tell you, you get up in the morning, you'll be all nice and warm. You get up and your balls are hanging. He says, when you sit on the toilet, take a shit, you're going to teabag the water. And I said, you're full of shit. He wasn't full of shit. They cut that cord, and that must hold some stuff up, because you'll sit down and just bloop. So that damn water's cold in the morning.
And deep, too.
What?
And deep.
And deep.
Yes.
I got mine like 4 years ago. I don't know if I can relate to that.
I got mine after my daughter was conceived.
Hey, thanks for Bobby. You have a good day.
I got mine on my ex-wife's birthday, and she took me up to the clinic. I got my balls cut. She took me back to the house. I put the bag of frozen peas on my dick, and she goes, yeah, I'm going to go gambling. She went up to South Dakota and went gambling, left me laying there on the couch for 2 days. I thought, man, something's not working.
Oh, wow.
And I never got a piece of ass after that, so it worked. Getting a vasectomy is the best birth control you can ever have, because you'll never have sex again.
Yep. Well, yep. Right decision. My ex tried to baby trap me. She was 90 years younger than I, and again, knowing what we know now, she was pre-30, and she was a teacher, and we all know about teachers and their predilections. And so she thought, I'm going to find I'm not going to say I'm a high value man, but I've got means. And she thought, I don't want to work until I'm like 52, the state retirement age. I want to pump out a couple of kids, and didn't work out. She had a partial molar pregnancy, which is where the egg allows two sperm to impregnate the egg or fertilize the egg. Instead of being like, which I was, and was like, that's, a genetic anomaly, very tragic. Instead of just going, shit doesn't work out the way that we want to. No, it was your fault. You're 7 years older than, well, I was 8 years at the time, 8 years older than me. It's your fault. Like, who does that? Like if you know anything about like how Charlie Chaplin, he was 71 when he had his final child. Anyway.
Yeah.
Who does that? You know who does that? Women do. Women do that.
No, they fucking rationalize. I mean, I gave her a 2¼ carat custom platinum diamond center ring with another 1.5 Fabergé on the fucking side. And literally after we got married, and believe me, before this, I would never have seen this in my life. She was, my mom was a fourth grade school teacher. She was a grade school teacher. She was the epitome of what I wanted to marry. But as time grew on, it was literally within about 8 months after we got married. She's like, "Oh, we can, upgrade the center grade to a 3.5 carat." And I'm like, I wanted to get you something that, and I did it twice. I got you a custom platinum, a very expensive ring. I wanted you to go, you know what, one and done, right? This is something to which that most women would be thrilled with. And now within 8 months, you're going, well, at 5 years, we can upgrade that to a 3.5 carat. And I'm like, what? Anyway, I just, I mean, it goes back to the adage of where if a man makes millions and she comes from nothing, she is elevated to a certain a certain plateau, and then therefore once that plateau becomes standard, that's the baseline.
And wants
Yeah,
more.
it's got to go higher. It's hypergamy at its best, right?
Berfault's law, hypergamy, solipsism, and I'm like, and that's literally where we were married less than 2 years, and I mean, it cost me half a house because I was stupid, naive. I didn't know the laws in my state. Refinance a house of which that I completely paid for, but didn't know. In fact, the judge said, just because you didn't know doesn't mean that you're God, what did he say?
Ignorance of the law is no excuse.
Exactly. It was like absolution of the law is no excuse. I think that was his exact words.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, fuck me, man. If I had known this, I would never have feared. I mean, I mean, she's beautiful, and great sex, but for less than 2 years, I could have gotten an Eastern European hooker for $1,000 a pop, and I would have been happy.
Or much less.
Or yeah, way much less.
You should have told her when she wanted to get that big ring, say, when you get old and fat and the ring doesn't come off, that somebody's going to cut your hand off to get that ring. Or at least your finger. You take some pruning snips and chop that fat little piggy finger off.
You know what? And if you don't do it, it's probably some ass like fucking Chad Tyrone will. And you know what's funny is, Ape is
You're gonna shit when I tell you this. Hookers in Kiev are 300 grima. 300 grima is $12.
Oh, wow.
So 300 crema, and you get the crema on their face?
That's right. So if you got $12 in Kiev, you can get laid.
Damn, I think $12 and a loaf of French bread probably get you something, huh?
Yeah.
Dang. I don't think I want to go over there right now, though.
No, right now it'd be a bad time. There's too many Russian tourists.
Well, they'd look at me and think I was some kind of terrorist.
No, they wouldn't. You look. No, you actually with that beard look like a Orthodox monk.
I just get my little curls going right down here.
There you go.
No, not Jewish Orthodox. Orthodox, like
Russian Orthodox.
But it's Ukrainian Orthodox. But yeah,
Eastern Orthodox, it's called.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of different versions of what it's called, but
well, I've been
Greek Orthodox, Russian Orthodox. Yeah, it's just most people just call it Orthodox.
So what were you going to say about the ring? About chopping the finger off or whatever?
Oh, no. So like where she stands right now, this is this is like over a decade ago that we got the divorce finalized, and literally like 2 years married, and we dicked around in courts for 18 months. She now is a proud, single, independent mother of 2. I don't know other than she's got 2 kids. Could be IVF. Could be where she sold my ring or sold half of the house that, because stupidly me, this is back in 2010, refinanced it to buy a bigger house and put her on the deed because, hey, when you get married, hey, till death
It's a
do us part.
partnership.
Well, yeah, I was stupid, even though
Well,
that my old man was divorced, but I literally looked at him as like he was the bad guy for doing it. But now that I'm a little bit older, I realize that no,
That sucks.
yeah, she didn't pay for shit.
No, I
In
was
fact,
talking about the wreck I just saw.
did that just happen right in front of you? That car in the middle?
Yeah.
Oh,
I missed it. I love a good
yeah,
accident.
I saw
I
a
thought
car
that-
spun around in the center divider.
Yeah, and they have the wire there, like the crash wires,
Oh
and it works.
Yeah,
Kept it from going over.
They'll hook fenders and spin you around real quick. Somebody was on their phone, Brandon.
I'm not fucking touching nothing.
Hey, I'm hands free too.
Oh, good, Bob. Now you can have your hands down your pants while you're driving.
Yeah, you know what? I walked right into that one. I should have known better. I forgot Ape was on the show.
Yeah, that was an underhand pitch right there. That was slow pitch,
Yeah.
brother.
I lobbed it to you.
oh,
You hand somebody flowers. Why does it smell like nutsack?
it's supposed to smell like flowers in here. Why does it smell like dirty chimp socks and like?
My flowers smell like balls. I'm horny.
They smell like
Kinda-
sweaty balls.
This panel is degenerating fast.
Well, that escalated quick. I mean, that really happened quick. It really got out of hand.
It was less than a mile.
It's our latest thing, frosted roses.
With extra pollen smell. So, well, that's just what they do at the flower shop. What's Cowboy been up to, Bob? I don't hardly see hiding her hair him around anymore. He's doing a local driving gig.
Yeah, no, he's busy on the road. He's doing like 12, 14-hour days.
Oh, he's not
He gets
local
paid by the
anymore?
hour.
Is he over the road
Yeah.
again?
Yeah, oh yeah. But he's doing
local.
local. He's local. Yeah, he is local. So he got himself a real good gig. So
Oh, that's cool.
he's
Yeah,
yeah,
they pay
Yeah,
like,
he's
what,
loving it.
$25 an hour.
I'm not sure, but he's making good money. That's for sure. And he was annoying the shit out of me with text messages last night. Literally saying nothing. I'm like, I don't even know why I talk to you sometimes.
Does he just put waffle emblems every time he texts you then?
No, he just sends me a message. It'll say Polska, and then it'll say Polak, and I'm like, really?
He doesn't want you to forget.
So I just sent him back. I sent him back, cowboy, fat ass.
Hey, Bob,
Yeah.
send me your email address. I'll send you my full Spotify list.
Let me. You know what? I'm about to make a stop. I'll put it in the private chat.
No. I'm fucking with you because you were like Hammy is always sending me like, gotta check this out. Gotta check. So,
Oh,
I'm sure you're saying that he.
yeah, he still sends me drunk songs on
Yeah.
through email. Like nobody uses email anymore. Just send a
Well, I
fucking
mean-
text, hamster.
So here's my gig. Like, I mean, I like, much like everyone, I like all music except whatever. but with Discord, yeah, there are some like MGTOW songs, and again, everybody likes like their own genre. You know, like Gone with John, like loves Corpse, Dig It. Some are more introspective and maybe a little bit more less in your face, more mellow, more campfire, more salient, whatever. But I would love, like, if Shinobi's channel had people saying, hey, you know what? Don't know if you like it. This is what resonates with me. Post it, dig it, Spotify it, done, move on.
Oh, she's Shinobi's Discord. I turn off the notifications for it because it goes off like every 5 fucking seconds.
Oh, I muted
yeah.
that. Yeah, like within 2 days of like, I think I got woken up by that like at 2 a.m. going, what? Because like every other Discord channel that I play with games or friends or whatever, I muted it. I didn't do that with that when I signed up for it, 2 days before, and I'm like, and I get it, like people are all over the world, but that shit. And it actually, you know what? It was Shinobi's duck post with his ducks that woke me up, and I had to look at it going, like did somebody like WhatsApp, or I've got some friends overseas that WhatsApp me on their time, and I looked at it and I'm like,
Hi, for
no.
Janice.
Yes.
Have a good day.
Rookie mistake.
Sorry.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, like, yeah, I set all the Discord and the Gilded chat to just at my name, and then it notifies me. That way it doesn't go off every fucking 10 seconds.
Well, now that I've got your number, Bob, I'm going to be just texting you random shit.
That's fine. just don't be cowboy.
No, it'll be a hit and run. It won't be a long drawn out conversation. It'll just be a hit and run.
I can respect that.
I've never even tried to. I don't even know how to get on Discourse because somebody asked me. I think it was Pliskin asked me the other day if I was on Shinobi's Discourse, and I said I don't even know how to do it. I don't even know nothing about it.
I just download the app.
What's that?
Download the app, and you can start from there.
Yeah.
Is it just like a private? Is it a private chat, like a private room that everybody that's invited can mingle in? Is that what it is?
It's more than that. It's like it's a private server, so people not only message back and forth, they can send videos, text.
It's like Facebook, but private.
You can actually make calls through Discord.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah, you can. Yeah, like if I usually SCE calls me on from Discord.
But is it if you made a call to someone else, no one else is seeing that or hearing it?
No,
Right.
no, yeah, it's private, yeah.
Oh, I thought it was just one big open chat room that you could only go to if you had been invited to it or something.
Well, it is.
Well,
It is one
There,
big
there
open
is
channel.
that.
But when you separate and private
shit.
message somebody, it's private.
Oh, see, I don't have. I've never had Facebook or any of that stuff. I've never had an account on any of them. So
Gilded works the same way, but Gilded doesn't have the bullshit TOS that Discord has now.
The link is in the private chat here, Ape. Click on it and join up. That's Shinobi.
Or Shinobi? Okay. So, Bob, I've heard of Gilded, but again, it's like, do you join Telegram? Do you join Rumble? Like, or Truth
Like that.
Social? There's so many different like I don't know how to be like I have WhatsApp. I have well, I don't do Facebook anymore. I do have a Telegram. I rarely ever check it. But my whole point is that we're getting to the point where it's so fragmented. Like how many different areas of which that you expect people to get on to to have a community. So
Yeah, you know what? I agree. It's almost too much, too many different locations. Now, I'd like it to be more central, but you can't put all your eggs in one basket. I mean, look what's happening to YouTube channels who get booted. You know?
no, that's true. That's true.
Yeah. Did you guys? Any of you guys know who Sleazy P Martini is?
Yes.
He
Yes.
just got
Sticks
his
it.
channel nuked at YouTube. They nuked
Well,
him for some reason.
and I think that is because Sticks and Hammer 666 had a election coverage November 8th that
Yeah,
they were going to do live streams. So
yeah, and
yes.
there still are. They're still going to do it because he can get on Styx's stream. But yeah,
Yep.
Sleazy, he pissed off Susan something fierce, and
Yep.
she nuked him out. And
Well,
he
and thank God
he
for
actually has some
Rumble.
funny shit
mean-
on there.
I mean, I love like Salty Crackers, CZP, Eric July, Young Grippa. Like I had this woman at work, like, you just seem like you're very conservative and you look at white people differently than black people. And I've known her for 5.5 years, so I felt like I was comfortable in saying to her, I'm like, you know what? I get it, the way that you feel that. If I gave you some content creators, would you look at them and realize that I'm not like one race, one perspective? So I gave her like ABL, Anthony Bryan Logan, Eric July, Young Ripa, Podman Podcast or Podman's Podcast.
You said
What's the other one?
Poor Man's podcast.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've watched that guy before.
Yeah. Darius Rucker. Darius. Sorry. It's a holiday today, so I took it off
Is that
today.
is it Darius you're talking about?
Yeah, Darius. What the fuck is this? A red pill man.
You know, Darius is here in Chicago. Hi, it's for Eunice. Here you go, dear.
Thank you.
You have a good day. Yeah, I know he's on the southeast side, the bad part of town.
He's a fucking. I mean, and here's the thing. Like, from a white male perspective, what black males are going through right now in their whole community, we've seen, multiple instances of CGA, Black Ram 313, Clue, like that is a foreshadow of what white people are going to go through. Even if you have it good now, it's going to be way worse in 10 years. Not to be racist or whatever, but
go back even further than that. The original canary in the coal mine were the Native Americans.
Well, and what's funny, Bob, is that back in the 1930s, the African American and Black community had a more established nuclear family. They had a greater sense of community. They had much more higher population birth rates than the white community did. They literally far superseded anything that the whites had until you got into the Great American Society, LBGJ. I can't say it. Sorry.
LBJ.
Yes. LBJ.
GTQ.
You know what? Not just that too. They were wealthier back then too.
They were
that's why they had to cut them off at the knees.
Yep. And they had to
you didn't want anybody getting uppity and causing any problems.
Replace the father with Big Daddy government. You start with the lower masses or the lower income, the lower opportunist or the lower, and again, I think a lot of that was due to racism per se. Up until the 1950s, 1960s, yeah, there was racism that took place.
you can thank Margaret Sanger for some of that too.
Fuck
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
The things that she said about, yeah, we need to get rid of them and basically kill their babies. Why do you think Planned Parenthood came into, and why is every Planned Parenthood right next to a ghetto?
Sanger was the bastard child of Robert Mengele.
Dr. Death himself.
Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, there are
You know what? I'm sorry. He was the angel of death, according to the Slayer song.
right.
Oh,
He gave them
Mangala?
salvation. No, I mean, yeah, Sanger and most there are a few black conservatives that the whole Wakanda movie that came out. I've seen a couple of black conservative women said complete fucking bullshit. Like these black slaves were not conscripted from the inner aspects of Africa to the coast. You didn't have Europeans going into the hinterlands to round up slaves. You had black
Their own people.
tribes, yes, but nobody wants to talk about that.
Well, look at the.
Oh, you're talking about the woman king.
Yeah, the whole Wakanda woman king, of which that hey, Brandon, if you're white, don't you fucking go dare. Don't assume your white privilege to go dare to see that movie.
Yeah, not this week.
Not
In fact,
Yeah,
give your
it is.
ticket to a poor black family, and
Right.
then go stand guard.
Well, I
Did you
I
hear
would like
that
to
shit?
point out to you that Stan Lee and Tom
Whoa!
Kirby, the people who fucking created Black Panther, were white.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I reacted to that.
Can we say that?
No, you're right.
Did you get in a
Clearly.
wreck, Bob?
I know, right? That little white, like the one that veered over. Yeah, I'm a little bit delayed on this stream, but
Yeah, they never talk about how the Europeans came over to America and made everything all bad for everybody. But the native tribes, they've been enslaving each other since the beginning of time.
I mean, it's yeah. I mean, Hemi. I mean, this has happened for thousands of years. You know, the Spaniards, the conquistadors, the Romans, the Mongols. It's just what's. But yet, the fact that we are the first nation in the whole fucking world that said we will right our wrongs. We fought for it. We shed hundreds of thousands of lives for it, but that's not enough now. I mean, and the other thing is that, like reparations, it will never be enough. Ever.
No.
No, it will never be. It's just like women; they'll always ask for more. Guys, give me a second. I gotta make a phone call. All right.
Reparations. Dude,
So
I didn't
there-
know about slaves. If I did, I would have got a lot more done in life.
Hey, Hemi, is that a Jimmy Durant monkey on your avatar?
It looks like it, right?
No, that's that's Hemi.
It's the proboscis monkey.
That is one
Yeah.
big dick-nosed monkey.
It is.
There was a, I remember this is back in the late 90s. I was in LA at the time. And I worked in the, like, the USC inner city area. So, and, apart from the oasis that the college had or the university had, it was, like literally you would not go 3 blocks outside of that area. It was bad. But they had, like WKTLV, pretty sure that was the call sign. But they were interviewing, bang gangers back in the day. Like, how can we curb gang violence? And this is back in like, the mid 90s, maybe 97 or whatever. And they were like, if you gave us $35 to $38,000, which today would probably be 90 to 100, we might consider like stop gang banging, selling drugs, doing our shit.
Never.
And I was like, even back then, I was like, dude, that's more than what I'm making, and I'm working 40 fucking hours a week. I was flown.
The most I would have offered him would be about $350.
I would maybe like a 50 mag in your fucking ass.
You quit gang banging, and I'll give you about $350.
I mean, it literally. In part of one of my classes, I had to go teach business law to inner city kids, and that was like you talk about like if you have to really learn a subject, you have to take something that's very complex and have to dumb it down. You really have to know how to explain it. Like you can't just go in with, oh, this is the answer to that. No, you have to like interpret that and then digest it to make it palatable to inner city kids. And literally, it was.
Yeah, you'd always have to learn a new language too. I mean, the words you're using are not necessarily the words that they're using.
No, exactly. Like you had to take concepts that were almost endemic to society, like business law, like tort reform, like the UCI, Universal Commercial Code, or UCC, and make it to where let's say you go in and buy a dishwasher at a company and it breaks down in 2 years. Your warranty lasted 1 year. You still have protections based on UCC to say it doesn't matter that a manufacturer said, oh, it's only going to last a year. No, the expectation of which that, again, consumer protection precedents, it should say that dishwasher should last 3 to 5, again, depending on the judge, but like that's where or when your landlord says, I'm going to give you a pet deposit, but because you've had a pet and you've satisfied, you've cleaned your carpets, you've done everything, your mom has done all that shit, she can't get expectation for that money to be returned to her, even though she paid for it. I mean, it was that kind of like simple stuff, but it was a great learning experience to go, these are kids that, first of all, most of them don't even know how to fucking balance a checkbook. And most of them didn't have fathers or whatever, but it was, man, even back in like the 90s, sorry, I'm all over the board. But when that shit went down, where gangbangers were saying we wanted $38,000 a year not to do our no more shit.
Oh, they wanted that a year?
Yes.
Oh,
and
I thought
literally,
it was
I was making
one-time payment.
Oh, no. It was per year. And I was like, at that time, I think I was making 26, 20, and I had a 4-year fucking degree in business. And I'm like, I was glad to get it back then because I was during the whole fucking Bush, years, post Clinton. I mean, I was like, hey man, I'm glad to have a job. A lot of my fraternity brothers, they graduated from law school 2 years later. They didn't have a job. I mean, they went to law school because it was like, there's nothing out there for us. So they're like, I might as well, as a poli-sci major, like, what the fuck are you going to do with that? So they went to law school, and 2 years later, they were struggling for work. Oh, it was crazy, dude. I mean, I and I worked in my college admissions. I had several African American students that came to me, and we were a private, I would say a top 50 university, and they were like, yeah, Berkeley and UCLA are going to offer us this. I'm not only like a full ride, but a stipend, like a payback. I'm like, well, our university, it's private, but we meet full 100% tuition need. And I had several students that, again, they were all minorities that said, I know that I am a wanted minority. If you can't pay me to attend your college, and I even told one of them, I said, do you realize that, yes, you are a very intelligent minority. You're taking away monies from maybe somebody that didn't have the opportunities that you did. Your mother and father, they were attorney and a surgeon or a physician. Do you not see how that? No, don't care. If you don't give me like a $1,500 a month stipend, let's go to Berkeley. And I'm like, okay, good. I mean, you should now, but I was white, so I had that, and they were black, so it had to go through the African American approval admissions group there, and they were like, well, what can we do? Because I sat in, because I said, look, man, I told them, like, this is what we can offer. We're 100% needs met. If you can't afford it, it's not going to mean that you can't get some type of like student responsibility. It might be work study, it might be loans, it might be Pell grants, it might be Stafford loans, whatever. But for him to expect that he's going to get a free ride and be paid, I adamantly object. This parent's kids, they are not uneducated. They are not first, generation to, I mean, like at that time, I was dating a first generation, third generation Russian immigrant, and she had student debt. Back in that day, it was like over $23,000. I don't know what that would be now. But because she was white, she didn't satisfy it. Anyway, I don't mean to hijack it, but this shit has been going on for a long time. No matter what you offer, if you give reparations for whatever, $100,000, it's not going to be enough ever.
No, because once you get free stuff, your hand's going to come out for more free stuff when you use it up.
Or when they're kids, they're like, well, I didn't get free shit. My parents didn't pass that down. I want mine.
Yeah.
It's fucked up.
What town are you going through, Brandon?
Omaha.
Oh, you're going through Omaha.
Yeah, I-29 is fucking shut right through in the middle of Omaha. So I had to fucking drive in. They fucking 75 across. The last 3 miles were fucking stop and go traffic with.
Is that the mighty Missouri you're crossing?
That is the mighty Missouri I'm crossing.
The mighty Mo.
Now we're back in Iowa.
Did your GPS yell at you? Have you got any nasty grams? Tell you you're a bad boy.
I'm always naughty. I need a spanking.
When are you going to fill that Gatorade bottle and chuck her out there onto somebody's windshield? Way of the road, bitches.
The Gatorade
I'm
ones.
doing it to this little fucking red car up here.
At least the Gatorade ones don't explode.
Depends on how full you get them.
They're thicker plastic. It's those disposable water bottles, man. When they bake in the heat, the minute the guy touches it, it goes kapow. And covered in piss.
Must be Canadian bottles.
Like the Nestle water bottles and shit. Like they're really thin.
I don't know. I don't think I could pee into one of those narrow necked ones. That must be a Canadian thing.
Well, you don't have to put your whole member in the bottle there, eh?
I know,
well,
but if I don't, I'll piss all over myself.
When you got a Coke can for a
your pee hole must be a gash.
you can't have a airtight seal or a watertight seal on the top of the bottle when you're pissing, because you're actually building pressure in there. And I found this out the hard way. You get blowback.
I always liked using Mickey wide mouths, but they never held enough. You'd have to use multiple ones.
Yeah.
The little hand grenades.
Yeah.
Abe, do they still
Okay.
make Mickeys?
Oh yeah,
Do they? I haven't seen
Yeah.
those in years.
unless they got shut down during the pandemic, because I remember seeing they had Mickey's 40s, and then they had those Stingers, which were I think 22 ounces.
Mhm.
But I haven't seen the hand grenades in a long time.
Yeah, you used to be able to get a flat of Mickey's wide mouths for like $10.
Yep.
Yeah,
And that was 24 beers.
yeah, and they were worth every 24 cents. It was worth every
yeah.
one of them.
They were like what, 6.5%? I mean, they were like a, not a, Mad Dog or, Colt, but yeah, they were one in which that you could take a date out on and go like, hey, here, honey, try this and see what you think. It's like,
As she pukes in your lap.
right.
I have a good friend of mine. He just retired from the railroad. He's 60, and when he was 18, he grew up in Colorado. But when he was 18, I think it was 18 or 19 drinking age, he was up in Nebraska, and he went to Colorado and bought some Mickey's wide mouths, and he had one that he had from his 18th birthday, and this is when he was about 50. And we were over at his house, and I said, man, that's an old Mickey's bottle, and it had never been opened. And he goes, oh, I bought that on my 18th birthday. And I said, oh, cool. And I picked it up, and I looked at it, and I shook it a little bit, and it looked like it had an inch of mud in the bottom of it. So 30 years of whatever grows in a Mickey's, it looked like sea monkeys swimming around in there. And I was like, oh. I said, I'll give you $1. I'll give you $1 if you take a swig of it. And he was like, no.
Yeah, I bet they didn't filter out the sediment, the yeast sediment at all. They were like, hey, just fucking package it, get it out, get this kid drunk.
Age it on the truck.
Yep, exactly, right?
Yeah, it gets aged on the truck on the delivery.
It's bottle condition based on the number of bumps on the truck to get to your destination.
Yeah. Oh God, it looked bad. I was like, ooh. I've been hard up for booze once in a while. You're out and you're thinking, what can we drink? And I had a roommate that we ran out of booze one time, and he had a bunch of pony bottles sitting on top of the TV, and they were like Michelob, like a Michelob pony bottle. There was a Bud Light, I think. There were all these real tiny beers. There were only like 8-ounce bottles, and we started drinking those because we ran out of booze, and they had been sitting on the TV all summer. It's 95 degrees out, and they're sitting on top of a hot TV. And we started drinking those warm, nasty beers. Oh God, I never think I ever had a hangover so bad. It's the next morning of that. So now you're back on I-80, Brandon?
I'm on I-29.
I-29, okay.
Yeah, we going north.
Yes.
Y'all remember Bartles and James back in the 80s?
Yep, Bartles and James had great commercials.
Fuck yeah. Sure. And so they came out like Bartles and James was in the bottles, but they used to have 2 liters of wine coolers, and I can't think of the name. I was trying to look it up the other day. Like it was. But
you guys remember Zima's?
Oh fuck yeah!
Yeah.
They bring those out like once a year. They bring them out. Here a couple of years ago, when I was still married, I found a 6-pack of Zima's. I hadn't had one in 20 years, over 20 years, and I don't think the wife had ever had one. So I bought some, and the big thing back in the day was to get like watermelon Jolly Ranchers, and you'd open up a Zima.
Yep.
Yeah, and you
Yep.
drop a freaking Jolly Rancher or a sour apple or whatever, and you drop it in there to make that Zima taste better.
No, so we did that like Zima and Jolly Ranchers in Everclear. We had like a high school graduation party. Like one of my buddies had that, and had watermelon, Jolly Ranchers, Everclear, and Zima to, give it that little sparkly that the girls would love.
Yeah. Sounds like panty dropper solution.
Oh, it was a fun night. What is that name of the company that made the 2 liter? It wasn't Sundrop, obviously that's the cola. Is it Sun Mountain? I was in Myrtle Beach, and so we had just gotten back from a barbecue. Like we were hammered, but we only had like 2 blocks to drive down to where we were staying. We went over to these girls, their house on the beach or whatever. So we were on the back roads, not even on the front roads or highway. It was like where you had the front facing houses on the beach, the ones that are secondary to that. It was that alleyway back.
Mm-hmm.
So we're like driving back, hammered, but literally 2 blocks. Like, what is that? Like, I don't know, 150 yards or whatever. But Myrtle Beach police officer, rang the lights, and like we had literally just gotten done. One of the guys had some tongs and a steak knife, like in the back seat, and the cop came out. It was a total shakedown. I mean, looking back, it was a total fucking shakedown. And meanwhile, the driver was completely sober. I mean, he didn't drink, whatever. The rest of us, was it No, it wasn't Sundrop. Fuck me. I'm going to have to try and look that
There were
up.
2-liter bottles of wine cooler. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, it wasn't Sundrop.
I remember, but I can't remember the name.
I can't either. It's bothering me there, Abe. But yeah, we like it was like, yeah, it was panty droppers. Like, yeah, you want to take a date out for fun, take her out, then go to Lookout Point or go for a walk on the beach, or and now they don't make them at all. So anyway, we were driving back, we got pulled over, and my buddy Dave, he's like, officer, I haven't had anything to drink. They didn't give a shit about him. They were like, sit over here. They looked inside, like, what is that knife right there? I'm like, well, we just got back from a barbecue. Here's the tongs for cutting it, whatever. They didn't have it. No, they took one of my buddies down because they said drunken in public.
In a car?
In a car, not out. We were 17. And I think we raised, I don't know, $400 to get him out. He had to go back down and pled. We were up in North Carolina at the time, so he drove down, and his father went down with him. I think he got all the money. I didn't give him any money. I didn't have any at the time, but it was a total friggin' shakedown. It was literally like
making some revenue.
Well, yeah, it was like, hey, spring break, kids are down here, fucking shit up. We're gonna make them pay, make them worth their while. Again, like nowadays, I don't think that shit would probably pass mustard. I think we didn't have like cell phones back then, but
I don't know, man. I think they're even worse now.
No, I wouldn't disagree. I mean, I think
everybody's got a cell phone now, so and they've got body cameras, and when their body camera footage doesn't show up, mysteriously disappears like Paul Pelosi's. They're under a little more stringent behavior. They have to kind of behave themselves. I mean, they still get stupid once in a while, and then they get caught because they forget that they've got a camera. If you're under surveillance all the time, you forget that there's a camera there, and then they do something stupid. But I think it's cut down a lot of the. Okay, it used to be when I was a kid, if you got pulled over, they just take your booze.
Right.
And just say, get the hell out of here. If I see you again tonight, I'm going to arrest you.
Yeah,
Yes,
you
sir.
you don't get warnings anymore. I don't know what you're
Yeah.
talking.
Oh no. No. Yeah. There's no warnings.
No, so I think it's more of like back then. It was more of you fucked up, don't do it again. Move
And they
on.
got free booze. You think that booze ended up in a property room? No, it went in their trunk when they got off duty.
No, hell no. I know, like when I got busted in Lake Havasu with a half an ounce of weed, I know it never made it to the courthouse or the retention room or the police station. Those guys were either selling it or smoking it. Meanwhile, I had an $800 fine and a felony, which that I went back to fight, and I got dropped down to misdemeanor. Which ironically, later on, when I got my CCW, it showed up, and I wrote a letter to
course.
the local sheriff and said, "Hey, this is back in college. It was legal. Well, not legal, but it wasn't a felony on one side. It was in Lake Havasu, like Arizona, California. It was in Arizona. I paid for a fucking street in Kingman, Arizona that I was arrested. Look, and I've got all the court documents, which thankfully I had saved, and said this should have been, because I paid the fine, it should have been expunged. It wasn't. Don't know what else to do other than to go back to Kingman, Arizona and say, why wasn't this expunged? And, I got my CCW. It's
Yeah, we tried to one night we were all down at the bar, and I was giving somebody a ride home or something. Yeah, I think I was giving some people rides home. Well, one of the gals
In your handlebars?
yeah, I had one on the back pegs and then one on the bars, and then one on my shoulders. I was a go-getter. But anyhow, this gal that we all knew kind of ran in the same circle. She gets into a fist fight with another girl out in front of the bar, and they both get arrested. So my buddy goes, "Man, we got to go bail her out." And I said, "Okay." He goes, I got some money. I think I got enough to bail her out." So we go to the jail, walk in there, and there's that 3-inch plate glass or bulletproof glass there, and we're trying to talk. And I said, "Yeah, I can here to bail out so and so." And this woman looks at me. She goes, "Have you been drinking?" And I said, "Yeah, what's that have to do with anything?" I said, "We walked down here. We actually parked 3 blocks away so they wouldn't see us driving." But I said, "We walked down here. What's that have to do with anything?" "Well, we can't release her to someone that's been drinking." It's like, why not? "Well, we just can't do it." So my buddy had to call his dad at 2:00 in the morning, say, "Hey, come down and bail her out. We'll give you the money." So his old man had to show up. It's like, Jesus. It's like, you won't release a drunk to a bunch of drunks? What the hell were they thinking? We had the money. That's all you care about is the money. There's like $200 to bail her out on a 3rd-degree assault charge. So the law enforcement is all it is a money-making grift.
Oh, okay. Hey, guys, just found out Sun Country wine coolers.
Sun Country.
Sun Country wine coolers, 2-liter. Popular wine cooler. They came in 2-liter bottles in various flavors. It came out during the initial wine.
I remember the orange.
Yes, they had an orange and a lime. I just remember going, like, when we went up to 7-Eleven or the local food store and food fair and AP, and like we would hang out and ask, "Hey man, can you get us like like, well, how much do you want, or like, what is this for?" And like, "Yeah, we have a couple dates," and like, "Okay." Dude, that shit would never. I'm so glad that I grew up in the time, although I think it's a shit time for young men today. I'm so glad that I had the opportunities that I did when I did, and I wouldn't be in jail because of it. Yeah, here, I'm going to post a link.
Sun Country.
Sun Country, cool. Yes.
I don't remember if they had those or not back where I grew up. I thought I remember a 2-liter bottle, but we had a state-run liquor store. So if it was not beer, if it was wine or liquor, it had to be sold at a state-run liquor store. So
Yeah, this was
I know.
under the ABV of, well, like if you had like wine and liquor, that would be different. But like in my
Yeah.
state, like if it was under, I think 11% or 12%, it could be sold in non-ABC stores.
Mm. And we didn't have Everclear in Washington State. You had to drive to Montana or Oregon to get Everclear. It was illegal in Washington State.
I
didn't have,
love
like-
taking Everclear, cutting a hole in a watermelon, sticking the bottle in there, and let it sit for overnight. plugging it
Everclear
back up.
or Everclear or Bacardi. Bacardi in a watermelon's really good too.
151. Yeah.
Yeah, Bacardi tastes better, but Everclear will fucking knock your socks off.
Everclear's for stripping your weed.
I remember I remember when the first Gulf War kicked off. I had just graduated a year before that, and I was over at my friend of my dad's, and they were making elk. They were cutting elk steaks up and making like a beef stroganoff, but it was with elk. And they had Everclear there, and I'd never had any. And so they said, "Oh, make yourself a drink." And so I took this like a 16-ounce cup, and I poured about 5 shots worth of Everclear into the bottom of it, and then topped it off with Sprite. And you couldn't taste it. It was like, boy, this stuff doesn't burn. It's smooth. So I sat down and I'm watching the first Gulf War, and it was, what is that, the 100-hour war? When they were going into Iraq. And
Yeah.
so I'm sitting there drinking this thing, drinking it. And the gal that was cooking the dinner, she goes, "Okay, boys, it's ready." And I went to stand up, and I was in a really sunken couch. I mean, you really had to work to get out of it. And I felt fine until I tried to move. And as soon as I tried to move, I stood up, and the room started swaying back and forth on me. And I just sat back down. I said, "Could you bring me a plate?" I never had a Everclear drunk before. And I was like, holy shit, does that hit you? If you're not standing up to go piss or anything, you just sitting there drinking, you don't notice it. But boy, man, you get up and start moving. Oh, I was like, ooh, that was my first experience with that stuff.
We used to put Everclear and Kool-Aid together, and the first time I was in college, I was on the rugby team, and that's how we funded our rugby, because they wouldn't have us as a student organization because we drank too much. And we funded our rugby games with a party
Purple
every year. Party.
Yeah, I remember Purple Passion. They used to sell Purple Passion in a bottle too. It was Everclear and grape Kool-Aid, grape drink.
It was actually fortified wine, but
what's that?
Like Purple Passion, like in my state, like unless you went to the liquor store, it was fortified wine.
Mm.
So it was like under 12%.
Well, a Purple Passion we drank was 191 proof. Just grape Kool-Aid and Everclear. Like, oh.
And nobody questions why some states, like when I was in California, you could buy liquor at Vaughn's or Ralph's or whatever. I mean, they had a separate section. But in some states in the South, where I am, like you have to go to a state-run liquor store. Like, why? Like, nobody questions, like, it's just a fucking tax tariff or a monetary oversight.
Yeah, that's what they did.
Look at it like, like if you drank 3.2 in Colorado back when that became a thing, I don't know, because of elevation, whatever. But it was like, no, if you buy more, then we get to tax you more.
Well, the 3.2 beer, the 3.2 beer, they still sell 3.2 beer at like 7-Eleven and stuff in Colorado. If you want full strength beer, you have to go to a liquor store.
Do you really? I thought they did away with that. I knew it was still in Utah.
Well,
I
I
still
I
see out.
believe it. Yeah, and I was in Utah a few years ago in Salt Lake City, and there was only 2 liquor stores. I wanted to buy some cold beer, and I was at a liquor store, and they didn't have beer, cold beer. So I had to go up to a 7-Eleven, and I bought some cold beer, and then I got back to the hotel room and I looked, and it was 3-2 beer. I was like,
But
what?
yeah, and Abe, you know what's really fucked up? Like I go skiing out in Park City every other year with some buddies of mine. If you go to a microbrewery, that doesn't count. If you
Yeah,
go to a 7-Eleven or package store or whatever, then they have those restrictions. And
yeah.
you can even go in and get a 6-pack or a growler. And I can't remember what the limitations were because we looked at it because we wanted to get a keg and they were like, no, we can't do that. And but they were selling like barley wines. They were like 13.5%, 14% barley wines,
Hmm.
like 6-packs, and each one of us could buy one. So, we had 5 of us that would go out skiing every year. And, like we could get a 5, 6, or a 5 of us could get a 6-pack of barley wines at whatever, 13.5%. But to get a pony keg of that, no, not going to be allowed. It was all
Yeah,
about the money.
and in Salt Lake City, if you want to go to a bar, you have to buy a membership. You have to
Really.
buy,
So,
yeah,
yeah,
it's like
no, no,
a
yeah,
five
no.
dollar $5 card because they consider the bar as a private club.
Yeah, we had that here where I live, but I thought that like Utah did away with that a couple
They
years
may have.
ago,
It's
4 or
been
5 years ago.
yeah. The last time I was in Utah was 2016, I think. 2016 or 2017.
You'd hate the Canadian model for distributing alcohol then,
Why is that?
because it's all run by government. It's like
Oh,
you can't buy it in a group, in a corner store, or you have to go to a board
you have
store.
to go to a designated liquor store to buy beer.
They have the beer store for beer and the liquor store for liquor.
Yeah, Washington used to be that way, and they closed them all down. They privatized them, I should say, and they were threatening, oh my God, we're going to have to lay off 4,000 teachers, and we're going to have to lay off 6,000 firemen and cops. And all they did was they privatized all the liquor stores, and they were sold to private people, and they just upped the taxes so freaking high on booze up there. It's unbelievable.
Well, just recently, in the last couple of years, they've started selling beer in the grocery stores.
Yeah, we've always had beer in the grocery stores, but if you wanted, like I said, if you wanted liquor, you had to go to it was a state-run liquor store, and they were closed on Sundays
Yep.
and limited hours on Saturdays. So I mean, you really had to plan it. If you wanted to go to a football party on a Sunday, yet everybody had to hit the liquor store on Saturday before, because otherwise there was no running down to the store to get something. And then
Well, and
Nebraska, here they still don't. I don't think they sell. I was surprised when I moved to Nebraska. I walked into a Safeway store and there was a hard liquor in the corner. And I was like, "Whoa, that's weird." I'm not used to that. But they would take crime scene tape and put it up on the end of the aisle on Sundays, so you couldn't go in there and buy hard liquor on Sundays, but you could buy beer and wine.
well, like in some states, like in Montana, where my old man lives, to get a liquor license for a bar, yeah, I mean, you're talking hundreds, if not $200,000 to get. I mean, much like New York State or New York City, they limit the number or the whole like taxi cab, the whole taxi medallions. They limit that. So if you were to go in and buy a bar, you're not buying just the property or the forecast of income. You're
You're
buying
buying
that
that
liquor
liquor license.
license. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like and it's not cheap. Like in Bozeman, Montana, if you were to try and start a bar, you're like, hey, I want to be a microbrewery. I'm going to sell
And they have
food.
a lot of those around there
They do.
in
But these
Bozeman and
people,
Livingston.
oh shit! I mean, shit tons. Like my dad's lived there for 30 plus. I mean, he grew up there, but he moved back like 30 years ago. I would say 10 years ago was really, well, 15 years ago was really when it started to really take off. And even outside of it, like you're like to get a micro. I used to work for a microbrewery as a brewer. If you have, well, 15 years ago, if you had 2 to 3 million, you would maybe have a shot. I would say it'd be 5 to 8 million minimum to have a shot. And yeah, unless you have a specific niche that you can fill, you're going to get trounced within the first 5 to 8 years. It's
Dang.
yeah, like
And everything's so expensive up there now. You couldn't afford to live in Bozeman right now or Livingston unless you
Dude.
have a lot of money.
dude, the average. All right, so Bozeman has the most, or this was what it was. I don't. It's probably maybe 4 or 5 years old. They have the most master and PhD level candidates per population than anywhere in the U.S.
Yeah, that's the university right there, and it's college town. But oh my God, is it expensive?
Well, I mean, and people, and I'm not saying that they grew up there.
No,
People
most
that
of them.
have lived elsewhere go, you know what? I don't want to live. I mean, Bozeman is, I mean, it literally is ideally. It is what the Aspen was 20 years ago. It's been found by no stretch. Like property values, if back in 2010, I was dating this girl that she had a very, basic, like 4 miles from center Bozeman, $230,000 home would probably be now. In fact, I need to go look on Zillow. She died of a drug overdose, but I would say probably 1.2, 1.3. That, and it's not like anything more than 1,600 square feet. It
Yeah.
is literally outrageous. Like,
And it's amazing how much that area has spread out. I mean, it'll spread out all the way to over to Anaconda and all that. I mean, just that
oh
whole
yeah,
area.
yeah, Belgrade is like, I mean,
And
that's
yeah, Belgrade.
that's not even that's not even, it used to be like a 20-minute drive or whatever. That's just
Yeah.
part of almost Bozeman.
Now it's all housing developments all the way
Yeah.
out.
Like Three Forks is, all right, that might be a suburb, but even then you're talking about the average, and literally the average clapboard house is worth $600,000.
Yeah,
Like
it's
a
ridiculous.
place in anywhere else might be 180 to 250, maybe.
Yeah, and you go down
crazy.
towards Three Forks, out where that Montana Wheat Bakery is.
Yep.
Right there. There's no houses out there. Nobody lives out there unless they're on a ranch or something. Because unless you got to go past there, and because if you're on I-90 and you go through there ain't nothing out there. But it's still a suburb of freaking Bozeman.
Yep. And people will drive in, and this is the issue that they have in Bozeman, is that they can't get people to staff Costco or Applebee's, or they're literally, like, they're demanding $25 an hour.
Yeah.
And they have difficulty trying to get that because people are like, I can't live. I spend 40 minutes driving, and what I make, $20 an hour plus tips. I can't even, I'm barely able to make my mortgage back in Three Forks. Like, why do I do this?
Yeah. Yeah. When you got a, $2,200 a month mortgage on something that's a house that anywhere else would be, 1/3
16.
that. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. That whole area in Livingston is nuts too. You can't touch a house in Livingston. I remember 15 years ago driving through Livingston, and I stopped and just grabbed one of those local houses for sale brochures, that they got at the gas stations.
Yeah.
And there was it looked like a condemned house. It looked like an old like the old mining houses that were 2-story, but they were only like 15 feet wide. You know what I'm talking about? Those real narrow houses, and they're real tall. There was one of those
shotgun house.
Yeah, in Bozeman, and I'm not kidding. It looked like it was ready to fall down, and all the boards were all gray. I mean, it looked like old barn timbers made it, old barn wood. And that thing, it looked like it would fall over, or you could light a match and it would just explode. And they wanted like $95,000 for it, and it was. It would have been better to knock it down. Of course, somebody probably reused all. If they did, they could have took all that old wood, because that's real popular. You can take old barns, take all that wood down, and sell that wood for super high dollar. All that aged old wood. It looks like, they want their house to look like it's 150 years old, so they buy this 150-year-old wood. But yeah, it's crazy.
It's got
now
nails. You see all the nail, like it's got nails in it. It's like it's rustic. I'm gonna charge like $20 a lumber square foot for it instead of like 1 to 2. Okay.
That's stupid. It is stupid. And I have a buddy that I work with at his folks. He's from Livingston. He was born and raised in Livingston. And his old man, when they shut the Livingston shop down, his old man transferred to where I live in Nebraska with the BN. And their place is a family. It was his mom's side of the family owned this place, and it's an old farmhouse, and it's on, God, I can't remember how many acres it was, but it's just south of Livingston, south of I-90, up against that hill, where the big mountain is, right at the base of that. And they've lived there, they've had that property for it's probably 3 or 4 generations. We went up there one time, and they took us for a tour, and he goes, yeah, the lady that lives in this house right over here. Oh yeah, he goes, she's the heiress to Champion spark plugs. And I'm like, what? And he goes, yeah, she's weird as shit. She was like 45 years old at the time, single, crazy woman with a lot of money. And he goes, well, we'll take you up the valley up here. And he drove us up through, and he says, yeah, this is Kevin Costner's place. Whoopi Goldberg owns this place over here. This is some famous spine surgeon from California, and they fly up on the weekends, in their private jets to go hang out doing nothing. And then he went through and he was naming off all these different celebrities that bought all this stuff and paid way too much for it and made the property value go through the roof. And yeah, I was like, and they have this little simple 2-story farmhouse that is probably 100 years old. And I'm thinking, man, how much money that property is worth now. They could sell that and land for several millions of dollars.
Oh yeah, like depending on acreage there. I mean,
yeah,
my uncle, generational past, but 1,200 acres. Part of it's on the Yellowstone River. He sold one section. Let's see, back in 2019 for $5 million.
Yeah, wow.
And we're not. I think front facing Yellowstone was probably about maybe 30 acres. Now, granted, unfortunately, my mom granted that to him, even though that she was entitled to half. But whatever, that was her ex-husband. But so none of that's going to stay on our side.
Yeah.
No, it's like Bozeman, Montana, like back in 2010, when I went out there, because I was looking for potential jobs or whatever, like, Wright Technologies, Greg Giaformonte, he was the governor at one point, or ran for governor, I should say. I mean, Bozeman became kind of like the Montana tech hub. Outside of Seattle,
Yeah.
And I don't think
it's almost like its own little Silicon Valley.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it's quite what it was back when in the heyday when technology was all the rage or whatever. But fuck me, man. I look back and go, that was a missed opportunity. I should have moved out there, even if it didn't work out. If I worked for them for 3 or 4 years, if I just brought property.
You should try to go. For the last 2 years, I've gone the weekend after the 4th of July, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. They do the boat float on the Yellowstone, and I've done that the last 2 years. And usually, you leave off from Livingston, and then you end up in Gray Rocks. But yeah, that's a hell of a good time. But there's a mansion I saw this last summer that somebody built I don't know who they are. You can't see it from I-90. So if you're driving along Yellowstone before you get to it's in between
Big Sky?
in between Big Timber and Gray Rocks or
Okay.
Gray Cliffs. Is that what it's called? Gray Cliffs.
Mhm.
Great. Yeah, but it's on the south side of the Yellowstone and it faces north up and basically looks you're looking at basically the backside of Yellowstone Park. You're looking at the mountain ranges way off into Yellowstone. But I don't know how much this house costs, but it has to be $20-30 million. And they have, where their property line starts, it says no trespassing, and where it ends, it looks like it's about 6 or 7 miles along the river.
Damn.
And I'm like, holy shit, how much property? And I don't know how deep it goes off of the river, or if they just own 100-yard swath 7 miles long. But I looked at this house, and the guest house, which is about 100, it's about 100 yards away. I would live in that guest house and be completely happy.
Yep.
And but the main house, it has this huge entryway. It looks like almost look like redwood timbers, that just make this giant overhang on the front of the house. And then the backside, you can see where you could drive an RV, like one of those $600,000 RVs. You can drive it underneath the awning for the driveway on the backside of the house. It was big enough to park a Greyhound bus in there. And I was like, and it has like a 4 or 5 car garage. It's 100 yards from the house. And I was like, and we went by it, and I'm floating by it, and I'm looking. I was like, God dang, that's a big house. And I look over, and there's two women sitting at the guest house, sitting at a little coffee table having drinks. I was like, this just looks weird. It didn't look like anybody was in the main house. But yeah, it's amazing the money that's up there. It's ungodly how much money's up there.
Like California, like for those that really have money, they're looking at like places in Oregon, Washington, Montana, maybe Idaho, Boise area, and they're getting the fuck out. If not like permanently, or have summer vacation or secondary homes. And it's
if you go down to like Ketchum and Sun Valley, Idaho, it's all millionaires from California and Colorado that live there now.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember in Eastern Washington State in the late 80s, early 90s when the
or St. George, Utah. I mean, fuck me, that place is just boomed.
Well, it's like Park City. A few years ago, the average median price for anything in Park City was like $680,000 in Park City, Utah. I know it's more than that now.
And that was probably for a condo.
Yeah. Yeah. $750,000 for a freaking apartment.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's stupid. I live in the western panhandle western panhandle of Nebraska, and live in a 2-bedroom apartment, and but I don't have to worry about food, and I don't have to worry about anything else.
Do you ever look at, like I'm here in the Southeast, and my cost of living is pretty decent. But I'm in my early 50s, and I don't really know. I've done consulting for a couple of years. I work for a Fortune 50, but I do consulting on the side. They don't know about that, so that's why I don't show my face. But like the older that I get, the more that I realize that if I moved over to Malaysia, and again, the Malaysia to Home program, or even Portugal, you really need to buy property 350 to 400,000 pounds, roughly 380 to 420 US dollars to get their their national, their NIH health benefits after 5 years. But anyway, so like the more I look at it, like Philippines and Thailand, you can live over there I mean, I've followed several expat channels that with
Yeah.
girlfriends that they struggle spending $3,000 a month, and they live like if you were making $150,000 a year.
Yeah.
Traveling, their location, they've got an infinity pool in their condo complex. They do not worry at all. And much like Mexico, I've looked at that as well, or Cuenca, Ecuador. The longer I'm here, I'm just like, I don't want to deal with Western women anymore. I've been married like you have. I've been in long-term relationships. I don't see that changing. Even if she's a good woman, I'd see so much influence by her peers, by her mother, by society to say it's all right. So if she realizes where she fucked up, doesn't mean that she's not going to fuck up again. Doesn't mean that I have to do all the things that I did before to realize where you fucked up and where you're not meeting my needs instead of me not meeting your needs always.
Yeah. I have no reason to go to another country because I don't care if I ever have another woman in my life. I plan on dying alone.
Well,
And
hey,
I don't have the resources to go and drop 400 grand in another country. So I'm just going to try to. Yeah.
So my issue is that because when I brought this up with my family, they're like, what? Like you can't find well, I won't say that they all said this, but they're like, what? You can't find a good woman here? I'm like, let me just relay to you my previous LTRs and why they didn't work out. And again, two sides to every story, but the predominant aspect is where I had to bend to what she wanted. If I said, hey, you play softball, you are with your girlfriends 4 out of 7 nights of the week, 5 maybe, and so what would happen if we had kids? Well, that's different. I would make time for that. Well, fuck me. So I'm going to be just an adjunct to the life that you could provide for what you and your child, because we all know
You'd have been the wallet. That's all you'd have been.
exactly. It's like and that happened before I married my ex, and I was stupid. My mom just passed from breast cancer, and so I was like, I really wanted to have a family, and I was almost like adamant of like, I want to make this work, and I paid for it. But at the same time too, like if you never had been through that, much like none of my family has, other than my dad, he went through a divorce, but he was a very high income earner, and he looked at it as like, well, if you don't fit into my paradigm, then I'll find somebody else, and he did, and a great woman, my stepmom, great person, but it's still one of those things. It was like I even tell her like, do you not think that you would not be with my father if he did not make what he did?
Yeah.
It does not change.
My mom and dad got divorced in '74, and my mom never got remarried. They got divorced when she got divorced when I was 2, and I'm an only child, so it was just me and her. But she never got remarried. She had a couple of I should say longer term boyfriends, but she never brought them around until they'd been dating for 6 months, and I never liked any of them, just like a kid, like, what are you doing to my mom? One of them deals. But
Right.
but she had a several, like, that I can think of, three relationships from 1974 to present, and the last one was 15 years ago.
So
And she yeah, it's kind of a weird deal. She wasn't on the CC and partying and doing that. She was working 2 jobs. sometimes 3. So I can't say anything bad about that, that aspect of it. But yeah, you do miss a lot. My dad was around just for 2-3 times a year, usually. And when I got older, it could go hunting and stuff like that. But he really did turn out to be a real piece of garbage, like everybody had told me my whole life. That you don't believe until you see it
Until you
firsthand.
actually see it. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, and it took me till I was 25 years old before I knew it.
And Abe, here's the thing, like, men like complain about solipsism for women. I mean, look, I've seen it with my mom's husband, my dad. Men have the same fucking biology or impetus. Like, yeah, male and female are all solipsistic. What benefits us, that's going to rule. And that's why, like, there's no transaction or no relationship that is not transactional.
Yeah.
But with your mom, do you think that she did it idealistically or because there was no opportunity?
She did it just because she was working so much and stuff, and I don't think she got burned pretty bad. My dad stepped out on her, and the bad thing about my mom is that she thinks every man she's ever been attracted to has been an alcoholic. And she has that, I think she has that in her head that I can save him, or, that kind of thought process. Yep. It's almost like she had a sticker on her head that says, if you're an alkie, pick me. So they were individuals that had pretty serious character flaws. And I think she just, I don't think she went after the bad. I can't say. My dad was, I don't know if I would have considered him a bad boy, but he was a lot of fun. He was fun to be around, and he'd make you laugh. And I'm kind of like the same way. I like to make people laugh. I like to joke around, because it's better than fighting,
Yep.
But yeah, it's strange. I think she decided that she would rather be alone, and she was always working too to feed us. And there were times we were broke. I never knew how broke we were, but we were broke. And then she told me, we were talking here a while back, and she goes, you don't remember it because you were too little. And she said, but there were nights that you ate and I didn't. And I said, what? And she goes, there were times where you ate and you were hungry. You wanted more. And she says, and I let you eat before I got anything. And she says, there was times where you ate everything. But, she didn't say nothing about it. We were pretty broke, but made it through. Now she's 68 years old. So, but she's not in the best of health either. So I'm kind of worried about that. And she works for the state. She went and got one the first jabby jab. She never got any more.
Oh.
So I was like, oh. I told her not to do it.
Oh, man, that. No, I don't want to get us kicked off.
No.
But fuck me, dude.
Yeah.
That like Dr. John Campbell. So like Newsbreak is a news application or news app. And, a lot of people come in there and they're like, oh, this is what I've heard or whatever. Like, and so I just I point him over to him. Like, look, this guy's in the UK, really doesn't have any skin in the game in the US. Looks at Israel, Scotland's, the UK data, the NHS, the OIS data, and just says, this is what it is. Come to your own conclusion, or the FAERS database or the DMED database. This is what it is. And, ironically, I with a buddy of mine, I imported about 1,000 strips of hydrochloroquine and ivermectin from India, and my hydrochloroquine got intercepted and it was rejected and said it didn't fall under. God, I have to go back and look at the FDA letter. It didn't fall under the cosmetic shit. Actually, I have it here. I mean, if you give me a second, I literally U.S. Food and Drug Notice of FDA action. Hydroxychloroquine, unapproved new drug, subject to the refusal of admission pursuant to Section 801A3C, and that appears to be a new drug, which hydrochloroquine has been around. Like ivermectin has been around for 40 plus years. The guy that actually invented it or created it got a Nobel Peace Prize, which I think is why my ivermectin got allowed. This drug is available in the U.S., therefore is not permitted for personal importation. Which, okay, yes, hydrochloroquine is available in the U.S., but to go into a U.S. doctor's office and say, hey, you know what, I want HCQ, they would be like, no, because I'm at risk for losing my license if I gave that to you.
Yeah. I've got 3. I can see them right now on this table behind the phone. 3 deals of ivermectin for treating horses.
Oh, dude, I am so pissed.
It tastes like apple. It's apple flavored for the little horsies.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. It's in a tube. It's in a syringe that has 250-pound increments. It goes up to 1,200 pounds or 13 or something like that. But yeah, if you need it, you just take and squirt a 250 into a glass of water and chug her down.
Yep.
It don't taste real good, but
no, I am.
You can buy that at the farm and supply store.
Oh yeah, well, you used to be able to buy it at like Tractor or Tractor Supply, but now that's or at least from what a buddy of mine has said, like yeah, they clamped down on that.
You're correct.
I worked with a real liberal guy that said, oh, ivermectin, you're going to take a horse dewormer and all this. Well, then they come out and said that ivermectin is one of the approved treatments for the COVIDs. He didn't like that.
Well, I mean, I'm out like with the shipment back to India, I'm out like $230, which, given the grand screen. All right. So get this. All right. So my dad was a physician. You would think he would be fucking somewhat like, smart. And I'm like, hey, I've got 2,000 strips. I've got like 300 that I'm keeping for myself, my family, my friends, and literally like 30 people, basically. Like 10 strips should take care of anybody with any COVID symptoms or any alterations or whatever. And then I shared that with another conservative buddy of mine. So I go in and I'm like, and my dad's like 84. And granted, he's at the point where he's like, hey, man, August, Curly, whatever. I'm like, I don't want to get into all this. I just want to be left alone. I just want peace. And so I'm like, okay, I get it, Dad. Like, can I send you some, like, I can't send you like links on the mainstream media. I can send you on Rumble. I can send you Dr. Robert Malone, Peter McCulloch, Scott Atlas.
Did you ever see that deal that Stu Peters put out?
Oh no, I love Stu Peters' network. There's many
about remdesivir.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what a year ago. In fact, it's a year ago exactly today that I got put in the hospital with COVID because I had it turned into double pneumonia, and they put that remdesivir in me, and I didn't know anything about it. And then after I get back to work, this guy goes, "Hey, check out this article on Stu Peters and watch this about remdesivir." And I'm like, "Are you freaking kidding me?"
Yeah. Speaking of Stu Peters, this month, November 21st, the new documentary died suddenly.
Oh yeah,
seen the trailers for that?
Yeah, I haven't seen. Yeah, I have. Yeah, I did see the trailers.
I posted it on the Discord the other day, but
yeah, that's going to be
that's like in a week. Yeah, it's a week or so.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So sorry. So yeah, big fan of Stu Peters. So he came out with a documentary about all the people that have died suddenly because of the jab.
It's not his documentary, but it's available on his site.
Okay.
It's not going to be. You're not going to find it on YouTube or anything like that.
Yeah, it's on Rumble, isn't it? And is he on Odyssey too? I know he's on Rumble.
Perhaps, but
yeah, I think it's Rumble.
Hold on a second. I'll pop a link to it in the chat.
Hey, somebody, I think, was it Hemi? Did you put the link in the chat for Shinobi's Discord?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, do I have to have the Discord app before I could go to that link?
No, but it helps.
Discord, the app will help. You can run it in a web page too, like in a web browser. You don't.
So if I just clicked on the Discord, though, it would just take me to there, or would I become a member of it?
You will have to make an account.
Oh, okay.
To use it, but you don't have to use the app per se. But the app is much handier.
Yeah.
Like it's great for us guys who are, for example, if I wanted to talk to you guys on the telephone, the long distance rates would kill me. I've had like $1,000 cell phone bill, talking. Right? And so it's like, can we just talk on this web app instead? And it's like, now it's free, right?
Oh, that's awesome. I was going to try to get a hold of, I don't have Dak's phone number. I have his, I know there's other information because I've mailed him some stuff before, but I didn't know because I've got unlimited everything, but I think I've got unlimited calling to Canada and Mexico, I believe, but I don't know if Dak has it on his end. So if I called him, would it cost him an arm and a leg? Because I know he gets royally screwed on his cell phone service.
Canada's cell phone sucks balls. There's really no such thing as unlimited up here. You guys have it made. You can get like limited for $30-something a month. And up here,
I've got unlimited for 2 phones. It would be $45 a month a piece for unlimited everything.
We get unlimited nationwide, so we can call. Like I can call Chris Mitchell or Dak, like free. But once it goes outside of our country, then dinged hard. So
so Discord, it's just doing it over the internet. Then it's free.
Exactly.
Awesome.
I'm gonna put my number here in the private chat and send me off a text, and I'll give you more than happy to give you Dak's contact.
Let me get a piece of paper here, and I will write it down out of the chat, the private chat.
Yep.
Okay. I'm ready whenever you are.
Okay, I gotta go and do a little dinner. I'll just be listening.
All right, thanks. I got it. Looks like Brandon didn't decide to do the way of the road. He must have to pinch a turd, and he couldn't fit it in that Gatorade bottle. Be pretty talented if you could, though.
I was gonna say he had the sausage burrito coming out of there. That's funny.
Uh,
I might make like more like a Mickey Big Mouth. Yeah.
yeah, you'd have to use a good one, big one. 7-Eleven Super Big Gulp Cup.
Oh man, sorry, I was just on a sneezing spree there.
No problem. In fact, I'm gonna copy down that Discord link before I get out of the chat because I'll never be able to come back into it and get it.
Oh, for Shinobi.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I'm gonna
I mean,
copy that.
look. I mean, there's a lot of chatter there per se. I mean, a lot of people like want to, here's my meme. Here's funny, great link or whatever. But it is. I mean, if anything, like once you get on it, you can have access to other people that belong. If they're online on Discord, you can like call them directly if you want to, or just post. I don't know. I mean, yeah. I mean, I didn't. I just joined Shinobi's channel, and thank God that he created that. Because I mean, there are other people like Human, Thinking Ape, Tribe of Men. I mean, they all have other, but I feel like Shinobi's is more geared towards where we are. We're not maybe large stream. We're like more like Brandon, Iridium, Good Mother, Polska, Father. You know what I mean? It's like we're
Right.
like I'd rather have a small community than to have a huge community.
Yeah, we're not dealing with 100,000 members.
Yeah, exactly. Because like once you get on Discord, if like God help you, if you ever play like a video game with people on Discord, you got a fucking lot of spurgs that just want to hear themselves talk.
I've got a PlayStation 2 that I haven't touched in 15 years, so yeah, I'm not a gamer by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, I'm.
What the fuck is a spurg?
Well, Asperg.
That's what Hammerhand does for no eggs. He spurgs. that Billy Von Baum, that one he made of Hammerhand doing that no eggs dance, I'd laugh so freaking hard when I seen that. God, it's a good thing Billy's a nice guy because he could deep fake you pretty bad and make you look real bad.
Oh, hey, and Abe, have you seen Billy Von Baum's Pops deep fake? Like when he has, like when he
he did that 007 and
yeah, and
the one where he has the fight on the bus is the best. So
yeah,
oh yeah, he got hammered for that, and none of the characters had the same. None of the characters looked like the actors. They were all different people. But yeah, he got hammered on that one. I've seen it before he got pulled, and then I think he filed a grievance against it, and they actually got it put back up.
So they took that down because of the background?
They took it down because they thought it was he was playing that copyrighted scene from that movie. And he said none of the characters have their original faces. They're all different people. And I guess that some blue-haired fact checker probably flagged it or something because they thought it was the scene from that movie. But they didn't know it was Pop. So I'm not in the know, but I used to work or study in that industry. So every aspect of film recording has a timeline, a numerical. So when that gets released to the can't think of the organization right now. So that's basically their form of copyright. Mm-hmm.
Much like the RTA, like if you upload a song, like this is what our song is, and they have the intonations.
The movie was Nobody, guys, which I heard is a really good movie too.
Oh yeah, that movie. I've never seen it. I haven't. I don't sail the high seas, and I don't have cable anymore, so I haven't watched a new movie. And I think the last new movie I went to was Deadpool.
All Quiet on the Western Front, the remake. I think every man and fucking every woman should watch that.
Hey, pooping. We're getting some background noise from your channel.
Yeah, you're starting.
Let me make sure.
I'll cut my mic to make sure it isn't me, but I don't think it is.
I'm quiet on.
Oh shit! It was you, Ape.
I'm quiet on all my channels here. I'm muted to everything.
There it goes again.
That'd be the hot rod that went by you, Bob.
That was a hot rod too.
Do you guys
Ape,
hear it now?
I think it is. Yeah, I can hear it.
I can hear it
Sounds
too.
like it sounds like a really muffled echo of our conversation.
Yeah.
Let me go turn off. I've got a fan running that was blowing across that carpet from my hot water tank.
I don't think it's your fan.
I don't have
do you
anything
have
else on.
YouTube on?
Yeah, I'm on YouTube on StreamYard.
Oh, mute the sound.
On YouTube.
Okay, if you could turn YouTube off and just be on StreamYard.
Or you could just mute the YouTube window.
Yeah.
Where the hell is that?
It's usually next to the play button on the bottom. Just click on the speaker to shut off the sound.
Okay, well I've got the mic button I can turn off.
Nope. Like go up to your tab and right click and then unmute site or mute site.
I'm on a cell phone. I don't right click anything.
Okay. All right. So
Well, that's why I told you to turn YouTube just completely off.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to
leave
get out.
StreamYard. Yeah.
I'll turn off my mic here.
Yeah, it's not me, is it?
no,
it's Ape.
it's Ape. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was on all day, so I didn't have any problems.
By the way, I want to go back. I want to be where Hemi is right now. I love that fucking bonfire. I don't know.
That's Hemi's house.
Is it right up? Like where is that? Is that like Michigan?
Oh, he's in Canada, isn't he?
No, it's Ontario.
Canada?
Yeah.
Dude,
Ontario.
right on
Yeah,
the
Hemi's in
lake.
Canada.
Yeah, Ontario's in Canada.
Fuck.
I finally got through that damn traffic. Fuck.
So you gents, like I cannot give enough accolades to the Solo Stove. Way expensive. Looking at Hemi and going, man, I need to get some more wood for my Solo Stove, but way expensive. You know, there are other alternatives, but man, that shit will burn anything. Wet logs, if you got enough embers going, if you have like twigs, I mean, it will eat. It's like a wood chipper of wood stoves or outdoor stoves.
Is that thing that they got the commercial for?
Yeah, they commercialize that, and literally it is, unless you can get it on sale, I would not buy it. If you can't get it for 30% off, I would buy it. But it is worth, like I spent like $400 on my setup. It's worth it. Like over hopefully the last 10, 15 years, well worth it.
Are you guys getting that background sound again?
I know, it sounds like
better,
you're good.
Much better.
No, you're good.
Okay, yeah, I just knocked myself out of StreamYards and just came right back in, and now it seems to be working okay.
Is Hemi still here?
Nah, he's muted. He's having dinner, he said.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Ape, you know what? I would definitely recommend to download the Discord app.
Yeah, I wrote down the Shinobi's Discord. I wrote it down, and I'll get that, and then I'll I'll try that.
You know what? You know what? I have your number, Abe. I can just invite you into the server.
But I have to get the app first, right?
Yeah, you got to get the app first because you got to make an account.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that, and just later tonight, just send it to me, Bob, if you would.
Okay, I'll do that when I'm at the bar.
Oh Jesus, you're gonna send me to a gay midget porn Discord site.
Maybe.
If you're lucky.
Oh shit. Well, speaking of getting down the road here, I got to leave right now, so I got some errands I got to do. Today's my Sunday. I got to go to the store and pick me up a couple of ribeyes for the weekend.
Yeah, I'm just about to wrap up my day here too. I'm heading back to the shop right now.
So, Brandon, it was a pleasure talking to you. Pooping, Hemi, Bob. If I miss anybody, I didn't miss anybody, did I? I can't see who's in there right now.
I think you got everybody.
Yeah, when I knocked myself out of there, it took everything out of the chat. It's a good thing I copied everything down before before I nuked myself. So,
Yeah.
all right, I'm going to take off, guys. It was a pleasure talking to you. And Bob, send that to me. I'll download that here in about 45 minutes when I get back from the store, and then
I'll send it to you later.
Yeah, thank you. I
Hey,
appreciate
I
it.
want to thank you guys for coming this afternoon. It's exactly why I started this channel.
Yeah,
This is a place where guys can come and hang out without having any females around.
Yeah, and we don't. And it helps you out. It does make you think about how much you have to pee into that Gatorade bottle.
Well, the Gatorade bottle still got Gatorade in it, so there'll be none of that.
Oh,
I just put the 2 up.
I gotta make this left turn right here. Fuck. Construction right in front of my shop.
You know, this would have been a great place for Angler to hang out and not have to worry about any of the drama, and he wouldn't be in the shit that he's in right now. So,
hey, Doug just sent me a text. I'm looking at it right now, and he said he's listening to the stream and he's laughing about the Gatorade bottle, and he said he's heading back to Iowa. Look like it said tomorrow morning. So shout out to you, Doug.
I'm 30 miles or 35 miles away from your house, Doug, right now.
Pull on over. So anyway,
that truck isn't helping anybody.
I'll text you here, Doug, in a minute. As soon as I get off of here, I'll text you real quick, buddy.
Hey,
all right, guys.
Good talking to you, brother.
Yeah, it's good talking to you, man. I enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you guys have a good one too. I'm gonna jump out.
Later,
right,
Bob.
Later. Bye, Brandon.
Later. Bye, Poop. I was starting to get sleepy. I got some M&Ms. Fucking $1.75 for a tiny bag of M&Ms.
Wow.
5 years ago, this at Walmart. 5 years ago at Walmart, this bag would have been 50 cents.
Wow. Did everybody leave?
Yep.
Hey, stuck with me.
Well, Bob was done with his shift. Abe had to go get some steak. Hooping been talking all afternoon, so I imagine his voice is tired.
I'm going the distance.
Okay, have fun.
No, on your stream.
Oh, okay.
Windshield looks great, by the way.
Oh, cool.
Good job on today's thumbnail. Pig in the rain.
Said
That was a good job on today's thumbnail. Hmm. Dog's going nuts. Douglas just showed up in the chat. I don't think you can hear me. I don't think Brandon can hear, but you can hear me, Doug. That's great. Hope you're doing well, man. Don't really know the details of your circumstance, but it says it's not good. So hang in there, brother. All things will pass. Some things pass like kidney stones, but they all pass. Yeah, hey, brother, that's no problem. You know, it's that's yours, but you got it. We're rooting for you, brother. We're rooting for you. Yeah, he comes by where you are quite a bit, man. You guys should fix to hook up one time. Brandon's a cheap date. He'll make you play his jokes though. You'll have to do a joke for him. A plus side though, you can't do any worse than Riggs.
1 hour to Sioux Falls. Way station, 2 miles. Okay to bypass. Yay, we like bypasses.
Can you hear me now?
We're almost there.
Oh, you couldn't hear me for the longest time.
No, I could not. I must,
Doug Edwards came in.
yeah, I see that he's in the chat. Hey, Doug. But he was in the chat before everybody left. That's why we had Snake. Snake was in here too.
I'm listening to Cush's rant. He's going off. I don't know. I kind of giggle when he gets all upset. It's like there. So cute when you're angry.
What's he going off on?
Alcoholism.
Oh, okay.
But like, it's just, I don't know. I kind of giggle when he goes off.
Yeah.
I don't know. I heard from Dak, so he's still alive.
Oh, good.
Actually, yeah, he's having a rough go, but he's home for the weekend. That's good.
Has he been in the hospital?
Yeah. I'm probably overstepping my bounds, but yeah.
Don't reveal anything that Dak hasn't put out publicly.
Exactly. I'll contact you privately and let you know.
Okay. Because I got a like and a little comment back on my comment on his latest video, but that's how I knew he was. That's when I said he wrote me. That's what I meant.
I'm 100% certain he'll have no issue with me giving you an update.
Okay. Well, you can ask him. Say, hey, I'm
I
on
could.
Brandon's stream every day. Can I give you health updates for you?
Maybe I'll ask him if he wants me to let the greater community know. Yeah.
Yeah. I've used up my upset DAC allowance for the whole year.
Fair enough. Fair enough. That's the thing, though. Guys can do that, buddy. You can go throat to throat and then still get it on. It's not.
Yeah. And we straightened everything out. It's okay now.
Of course. Both fucking
I still don't want to upset him,
big
especially
teddy
if
bears.
he's sick.
You're both big teddy bears. But I do giggle when Kush goes off. I don't know. It's so threatening.
Frightening? Hardly.
Threatening. And it's like I don't find him threatening in the least.
No.
But good for him. This is a good discussion. I have a bit of a bias against the drink, but there's a lot of it in the community. And I made a point yesterday, and I don't know, it's probably unpopular opinion, but a lot of people are after Angler only because he's an abrasive drunk. The jolly drunks we celebrate and like turn a blind eye to.
Well, there's functional and dysfunctional alcoholics. So if you're dysfunctional, you gotta understand that about yourself and correct the problem. Like, I know I'm an angry drunk, so I don't get fucking hammered anymore. I still do enjoy a good beer, a couple of shots from now and then, catch a little bit of a buzz, but I don't drink to fucking get hammered anymore.
That's responsible.
Right. So I'm not really an angry person, and I don't understand why I'm an angry drunk.
Was it a certain drink that made you angry?
No, not really.
For some people, it's like rye to rye and whiskey. I find people get very aggressive on.
People get stupid on tequila too. Oh, if you want to pipe in Chris's stream, I could hear it too. Welcome back, Bob.
Hey, Brandon. God, I'm just
What's
fucking getting around this traffic around my house. Jesus. I don't know what is going on here. They got a
lots of
bottleneck or
people going
something.
home?
My main street is never this backed up. It's got to be a bottleneck,
Yeah.
or it could be a train.
Yeah. You used all your train luck up already.
You didn't see my final score, Brandon.
No, I
Bravo
didn't.
6, train 0. No,
Right.
there's no train. So I won the battle today with the trains.
Oh, good.
Yeah, it just seems like a bunch of asshats out here, Brandon. It's still light out there, huh?
Yeah, that's nothing new.
And for some
I am
particular reason-
almost, and when I say almost, I mean in terms of a 700-mile drive, I'm almost to Sioux Falls.
Wow. I was gonna say your clock's got to be ticking soon, ain't it?
Yeah, it does. I'm gonna get up here to the truck stop and call it a night. I'm scheduled to drop this trailer tonight, but fuck it. I'm starting to get a little cross-eyed. And that it's really tight getting into that factory.
Yeah, once you start getting a little sleepy, it's time to pull over.
Yeah. But I'm under an hour. So I think I can make it the rest of the way in. Because I better, because there's nothing out here.
Oh my God, what is this traffic? Jesus. Yeah, my neighborhood is never this backed up. Yeah, I was listening to Kush yell at I think he was yelling at Angler maybe. I still don't know what the hell happened. That never ceases to fail, Brandon. It's always somebody turning in, making a left turn into 7-Eleven. It's causing all the traffic.
Man, I hate telemarketers. I always get a call at the worst time.
That fucking broad, Brandon. Go, dude.
So Riggs was telling me that he's going out with your girlfriend now.
Who?
90 proof Nancy. Yeah, 90
Nancy?
proof Nancy.
That son of a
Yeah.
bitch. Wait till I get a hold of him.
Yeah, Riggs is a playboy. That's for sure.
That was a very unexpectedly long ride home. My commute home is usually about 12 minutes. That took about 25.
Well, you're there now, right?
Yeah, I'm home now. I'll tell you what, Brandon, it's a beautiful night here. It's going to be a
Good.
wonderful beer. It's going to be a wonderful beer garden night.
Good. You're about ready to get pissed on if you look at the radar.
Really? Yeah. Looks like I'm going to need my ninja sword umbrella tonight.
Yeah.
I'll be sure to bring it with me. So it's a
Some
fun
of
day
the shit-
streaming with you.
Yeah,
It
I
passed
like
the
it when
time
you guys
nicely.
come on. You know, it's good, nice to listen to y'all. About half the time I'm roboting, so I don't talk a hell of a lot.
And of course, my brother didn't turn on the stair lights. It's dark as fuck. Can't see shit. Usually when I trip up the stairs. What the hell? We don't even have a light on in the house. You gonna be streaming again tomorrow, Brendan?
Oh yeah, every day.
Okay. If I'm not too
As long
busy,
as, as long as
I'm
I'm
not too-
driving, I'm gonna stream.
yeah. If I'm not too busy, I'll do some road porn with you.
Yeah, I'm not going to be, or I'm hopefully going to be starting really nice and early. I actually prefer to get up early and get on down the road than to drive this late at night.
Yeah. Sometimes we don't always have that choice, right?
No, you don't. That's why I'm driving this late at night.
Yeah.
But I had a late start today because I was getting a DOT physical done, and then I had to go to the Department of Motor Vehicles.
Okay. All right. Well,
But
I gotta
I got
jump.
that shit out of the way. Later. Have a good night.
Yeah. I'll see you tomorrow. Okay.
And remember, no marriage, no cohabitation, and no children.
Always. All right. Later.
And now for the comedy portion of our show. She's moving. This will be excellent. I will park right there. That will be a great place to be. Oops, wrong way. Straight. And then back up. All right. And now we are parked. Excellent. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming along for the ride. Yep, Doug, I passed right by your house. Oh, JR, don't bring me bad news like that. We don't need no Okie. There's plenty of panties for him to sniff elsewhere. Well, I appreciate everybody who hung out today. We had a great drive, made it up to Sioux Falls safely. And I am happy that you all came along for the ride. Remember, no marriage, no cohabitation, and no kids. Peace out, brothers. I'll see you tomorrow.